Clive, if you let yourself be defeated by them just because you are too fair to hit back the same way they hit at you, there won't be any methods but Nazi methods. If you preach the rules of the game while they use every foul and filthy trick against you, they laugh at you. They think you're weak, decadent. I thought so myself in 1919.
I heard all that in the last war. They fought foul then, and who won it?
I don't think you won it. We lost it, but you lost something too. You forgot to learn the moral. Because victory was yours, you failed to learn your lesson 20 years ago. And now you have to pay the school fees again. Some of you will learn quicker than the others. Some will never learn it, because you've been educated to be a gentleman and a sportsman in peace and in war. But Clive, dear old Clive, this is not a gentleman's war. This time you are fighting for your very existence against the most devilish idea ever created by a human brain, Nazism. And if you lose, there won't be a return match next year. Perhaps not even for 100 years.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims upon life to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades, saying they recognize the problem, and they make promises to do something about it, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. With the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. From Colorado, Kansas, and the Carolinas too, Virginia and Alaska, from the old to the new, Texas and Ohio and the California shore. Tell me who could ask for more? Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Yet she's only as rich as the poorest of the poor, only as free as a padlocked prison door, only as strong as our love for this land, only as tall as we stand. For here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all, on us all.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Jack. Hello, everybody. How we doing? How we doing? Get out of here, Woody Guthrie. Hello, how we doing? Hello, Gayfesh. Hello, Ms. Andre. Hello, Magical Girl Madness. Hello, Depraved Ambiance. Hello, Stoutman. Hello, how we doing, folks? Hello, Olsen Exy. Hello, Screech123. Hello, JFO. Hello, Ollie. Hello, Elizabeth. Hello, Nocturnal899. Hello, Carver Ebane. Hello, Plant923. Haven't seen you, Plant. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Megan. Hello, Louise. Hello, Nimbleline. Hello, Spancom Cat. I like it. Hello, Mix Eddie Nico. Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, the Kitsune Cavalier. Hello, Yura Syndicate. And hello, Somnio Static. Hello, Abyssal Anath. Hello, Bisbee. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Jay. Hello, My Rear End. Hello, Canna Bob Rex. Hello, Lily Love Stuff. Hello, Samantha's Trains. Hello, Super Kitty 08. Hello, Jacket is super cool. Thanks. Hello, how we doing? Fox of Fate, Polaire, hello. Hello, Salmon Moose.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Hello, Aska. Hello, Amber Brains. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello, Penny Ann T. Hello, how we all doing, folks? And I do want to remind you guys, subs are carrying over from yesterday. If you guys want to watch Kaiji, the stage play, later tonight. Hello, YouTuber Grudge. Hello, Indicat. Hello, T Pritched. Hello, Brassman. Hello, John Smith. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Underground Uncle. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello. Hello, Regington Mogus. Hello. Hello, Technogal. How we doing, everybody? Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Avalon of Babylon. Hello, Zula Goetia. How we all doing, folks? Whew. Breaking, Trump is ending all trade negotiations with Canada. Is that true? I mean, it probably is, because we live in the fucking stupidest timeline ever. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, wait, alright, fine, alright, I guess we gotta talk about this. Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding me?
Someone says,
Okay. Alright. We're doing some breaking news, okay? We're doing some breaking news. Also, just before we do it, folks, can you tell if the audio is a little bit less echoey today? I got a couple of rugs for the floor, and I think it's helping the audio be a little bit less echoey and echoful, and I think that it sounds maybe a bit better than it sounded the last couple of days. It is less echoey? Oh, that's excellent. It's gonna get less echoey too. We're gonna get some shelves. Yeah, the rugs are rugging. What's the breaking news? Okay. Before we started, I wanted to check the sound, the audio. You know, you guys give me a hard time about it. I get a little bit in my head. All right, here we go. So, folks, we have some breaking news, actually, like, right as we go live today. And I want to talk about an ad that Ontario, Canada paid for and broadcast here in the United States. Because basically, Canada and Canadians at large are pretty upset about the crazy and insane unilateral tariffs that Donald Trump has been imposing upon all kinds of goods. And well, they put together this ad. Okay, let's take a look at it. We looked at it a couple of days ago in relation to a different story, but we're gonna look at it again today.
when someone says, let's impose tariffs on foreign imports, it looks like they're doing the patriotic thing by protecting American products and jobs. And sometimes for a short while it works, but only for a short time. But over the long run, such trade barriers hurt every American worker and consumer. High tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries and the triggering of fierce trade wars. Then the worst happens. Markets shrink and collapse, businesses and industries shut down, and millions of people lose their jobs. Throughout the world, there's a growing realization that the way to prosperity for all nations is rejecting protectionist legislation and promoting fair and free competition. America's jobs and growth are at stake.
Now, I do forgive folks in the chat for thinking, is this AI Reagan? No, this is an actual speech that Reagan gave and broadcast to the nation. And Ontario, Canada, savvily realized that they could use Ronald Reagan's words to influence, both normie Americans and conservative Americans to realize that, hey, maybe these unilateral tariffs that are being imposed upon the American people, maybe they're actually bad. Maybe, in fact, having a king dictate tax policy while circumventing the thing that is supposed to prevent him from being a king is actually bad, right? Maybe that's bad. Maybe that's not good, right? Maybe you should do something about that, Americans. Please, God, for the love of God, do something about it, right? That's the point of this ad. Well, apparently, average working Americans weren't the only folks who saw that ad, because Donald Trump saw it, and as of 20 minutes ago, said that all U.S. trade negotiations with Canada are terminated, specifically citing this ad. So, uh, yeah. Trump made the announcement in a Truth Social post because we live in hell where presidents are just making policy on Truth Social these days. Hours after the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute said the ad by Ontario's government misrepresents a presidential address Reagan delivered in April of 1987, that his remarks were edited without permission. And one, it doesn't really misrepresent his statements because he was talking specifically about tariffs being a chokehold on economies, which is exactly what's happening here. It's an inconvenient usage of Reagan. I can't believe this. Ontario Premier Doug Ford earlier in October said the province would spend $75 million on ads to run in the United States featuring Reagan criticizing tariffs. The Ronald Reagan Foundation has just announced that Canada has fraudulently used an advertisement, which is fake, featuring Ronald Reagan speaking negatively about tariffs. The ad was for $75,000. They only did this to interfere with the decision of the U.S. Supreme Court and other courts. Tariffs are very important to the national security and the economy of the USA. Based on their egregious behavior, all trade negotiations with Canada are hereby terminated. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Like, it's insane. It's insane. Donald Trump is trying to say that these ads were intended to sway the Supreme Court of the United States, which is hearing various a case about tariffs at the moment. It's genuinely like, I don't like, again, just gonna throw this out there. Donald Trump has been given power by this Republican Congress to unilaterally tax Americans. That's what's happening here. That's what his tariffs are. When he does blanket tariffs, that's just him taxing Americans. And the fact that this isn't, like, common knowledge, the fact that this is not common knowledge among the American electorate is a profound failure, right? A profound failure. And I just can't. It's really hard to believe that this is all real, but it is, you know? Donald Trump is making policy on the fly with a dementia-addled brain while being given supreme power by Congress that is a Congress that is derelict in its duty because it's run by Republican sycophants. That is what is happening here. This is an illegal tax without representation. It is the very foundation upon which America initially instituted its the War of Independence. And like, I mean, it is crazy that the Ronald Reagan is closer to a centrist than this administration, but like, this administration is so off the rails bonkers that, a neoliberal is considered like left. Ronald Reagan's words against tariffs are considered like leftist communist propaganda. And like, it's just completely and utterly insane. It's just, like, what kind of world do I live in as a socialist where I look at the news and I see Ronald Reagan being held up as like the voice of sanity in the room, and then this guy just comes out, sees that, and says, "Oh, you think you've seen crazy? Let me just unilaterally cut off trade negotiations with another country because I didn't like this advertisement you guys ran." We are in such an insane time. And if you are feeling like this is insane, if you are feeling like we are just completely unmoored from normalcy and like the average day-to-day grind of just staying alive, and now are just like, whenever you look at politics, it's just completely off its rocker in La La Land. Um you're not wrong. You're not wrong to feel like we are currently under an onslaught of the absurd. Because that we are. Like, we are. This is all just complete and utter nonsense. And you have to understand, at some point the center cannot hold. This amount of nonsense, this amount of instability is at some point going to catch up with this administration, especially as they seek to take more and more power and consolidate more and more power while becoming more and more erratic. Like, you can't do both. You can't have a sundowning elderly man who has no idea where he is half the time, like, trying to consolidate this amount of power with things going smoothly. Like, this is gonna be, I mean, buckle in, folks, because the potential for us to just get rocked in every conceivable way is high. So everyone, buckle down, stay safe, and also continue to think about how you can support your local community and create kind of islands of stability as Donald Trump continues to shake the very foundations of what makes this country livable. And also to Canadian viewers and folks in Canada, I am truly sorry for my countrymen. I am truly sorry that this is coming to your doorstep, because y'all have only ever been great to us. Except when you sent us Steven Crowder. Unforgivable. But, and Jordan Peterson. Also unforgivable. But I'm just saying, you guys are great for the most part. Except for those two. Ay, ay, ay. Canada, please save us. Yeah. Canada will come south again and set things right. All right. Uh also, just real quick, like, I know it's just insanity, but tariffs are very important to the national security is just such a dude can't like, is so mad he can't even formulate like a sentence fragment. Like, anyway, folks, with that being said, that's the breaking news. I'll keep you updated if there's more to say. You know, maybe he'll backtrack on this. Who knows? But that's where we're at today. Hi, hi. Sorry for the hiccups. Like, comment, and subscribe. There we go. Nailed it. Nailed it. How we doing, folks? Are we still in the cool zone? Hell yeah, we're still in the cool zone. Are you kidding me? Like the window of political possibility is so wide open right now that like we've got we've got people like arming themselves and girding their loins with like the armor of God, which in 2025 I guess is frog inflatable frog costumes. You know, the frogs are marching for freedom in the streets. You've got an elderly doddering old fool trying to do a fascism. You've got you've got like I don't know, 90-year-old people like entering different races. You got people like posturing and doing shit. You got like the FBI showing up at like I don't know, like college professors' homes because they went to a protest one time. You've got you've got like uh, investors trying to dump the US dollar in favor of Counter-Strike skins only to have Valve release an update that loses almost $2 trillion in value. Like are you kidding? Like guys, it's fucking insane. So yes, we're still in the cool zone because the cool zone is a window of possibility. Yeah. So folks, fun fact for you: for a long time, for the past several years, one of the most stable financial markets has been Counter Strike weapon skins, and so when the U.S. economy under Trump 2 started getting all wibbly wobbly, spooked investors decided to try and put their money into the Counter-Strike skin market, and the total value of that market ballooned up to like 6 trillion. No, that can't be right. That can't be, like, that's too big. That's too big of a number, right? No, 6 billion. Okay, there we go. Whew. Whew. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I got my billions and my trillions mixed up. So the Counter-Strike skin market uh got to a market cap of around $6 billion, and then Valve released an update that devalued Counter-Strike skins on the market, and like that update wiped out $2 billion of value from the Counter-Strike skin market. Like it's whack, man. It's just nuts. Jizor, thank you very much for the 3 tier 1 subs. Let's go! And for being the first person to support stream today. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Ay, ay, ay. That feels to me like investing in NFTs. Yeah, except that the Counter-Strike skin market actually has like active trade. They destroyed the market. Basically ended the scarcity of thousands of rare skins. Yeah. It's very funny. Yeah, I saw that, Ettercop. Thank you very much for sending that to me. And for the reminder. Go. Cool. Put that up here. Awesome. As someone who came from Team Fortress 2, this shit ruins the community, and I say good riddance. Well, to be clear, it tanked the Counter-Strike economy, but like it's still gonna keep on going. You know, like the Counter-Strike Go market is still it's probably going to recover after this as more scarce skins get released. GamerG Fire Emblem is not happening tomorrow. Because I need to get my Wii. I have not been able to do that because my mom is still in the hospital, sadly. I haven't even seen. You have never seen the game? It's like one of the most famous first-person shooters of all time. It's like the go-to, like, I don't know, anti-terrorists versus terrorist game. You know? Hello, Blaze Tensei. Attercop, why you sad? Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's not great. Yeah. I hope she gets better soon too, Fixer. Folks, don't get diabetes if you can help it. It's a bitch. Let's see here. Now I'm thinking of when my little brother played too much Call of Duty and didn't realize Vietnamese people were real. What? 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 Jesus Christ. Is your mom getting worse? No, they're trying to find out she broke a bone in her foot like 2 months ago, but because she has so little feeling in her foot, she didn't realize it for like a month and a half, and the bone got infected. And when bones get infected, they can't really get uninfected. Um, and so they're trying to gauge how far the infection has spread, um, and which bones they need to take out. So they're kind of trying to figure out if they need to take her, like, a couple of the bones from her foot, like her little toe, or if they need to take the rest of her foot, or even up to her thigh. So yeah, it's not good. But she has a couple meetings over the next few days to figure that out. But she hasn't been back to her house for like the last month. It's been rough. Yeah, not a lot of blood flow for white blood cells inside of bones. Exactly, Aku. Yeah, don't get diabetes, folks. I'm not gonna lie. Put the fear of God into me. I one of the reasons I switched to these bad boys. Sugary drinks were my vice. Oof. All right, folks. Let's go. I appreciate the support, folks. Sitting here with a genetic predisposition. Same. Both my parents have diabetes. All right, folks. Let's jump into God. I guess we'll jump into Donald Trump's crimes. Jesus, guys, it's not over for you if you get diabetes. Like you can manage it and do a good job managing it. They make wonderful medications now that weren't available when my mom was first diagnosed, like 30 years ago, and like they are much less destructive to parts of your body. Whew. It nearly killed me 2 years ago because of a regular supply of medication. Oh, salmon moose, I had no idea. I'm glad you're still with us. Nice outfit. Thanks, Shamaniacal the Shamanite. Also, like, not gonna lie, it feels really cool to have like a sleeveless shirt on underneath this. Makes me feel like I look like a badass. Insulin pumps are a game changer for sure. Let me explain the brother thing. To be fair to my brother, oh, your brother was like 8 at the time? Okay. Living in a small town where people were basically black, white, or mixed, so we only knew about Vietnam from COD. One day, a new kid who was Vietnamese came to his school, and my brother came home really excited because he thought that Vietnam only existed in his video game. I just remember him asking me if I knew Vietnam was real. Oh, damn. Also, oh shit, I have my rugs down. Wait a minute. I know a couple chatters are going to be really happy about this. 1 second. I will be right back. I'll be right back. I forgot about this. Nathan, thank you for the $20 dono. Popping in for a minute to donate and say I'm still catching up on previous live streams. I must now go consume the content. Appreciate that you like the content. And also appreciate the donos. Getting closer, chat. All right, I will be right back. 1 second. 1 second. Whew. All right. Now I have my weights. I can use my weights because I got rugs on the floor. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's go! Let's go! We've lost her to RFK Jr. Next is pull-up bar in front of the camera. I don't think I'd be able to do that because the ceiling is 2 different heights and above me. Sweating already? Nah. Nah. You're a badass. Wait until I've gotten used to lifting weights again, and I can take this off and show you my guns. Also, folks, we've been going. We've been doing content. If you're enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, click those goddamn buttons. We got a little song for you. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click hell yeah! Let's go! Also, just throwing that out there, that one American, I when I'm live, my my notification sounds are disabled from Discord, so you are not hearing my Discord notification sounds. Remember when I tune out of stream at work sometimes that I'm walking around and all of a sudden click the button I was jamming? Hell yeah, admin. Oof. It's time to click button, chew bubble gum, and we're all out of gum. It's still got a little bit of bubble. Oh yeah, thank you for the reminder, Banana. There we go. Brutus Magnuson. I now dub the YouTube mod. The Council of Mods have voted. You have now ascended to modhood. Thank you for assisting with the riverboat voyage. Huzzah! 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 Oof. All right. Hip hip huzzah! All right, folks. She was offered a click, a butt, and buttons with the boys. Tee tee. Yeah, buddy. All right, folks. Just happy to be here. Hell yeah. Also, folks, if you're getting anything out of today's stream and you feel inclined, consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this stream possible. At the end of the day, I could not do this without you fine folks allowing me to do this. So, thank you to everyone who has allows me to do what I do, and genuinely, I appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart, because it's crazy that I get to do this shit. Oof. Hello, Ragnarok Cookie. Also, remember, mod team, always shift your chat from top chat to live chat. Hiccups in stream? Let's see. Are they on your end or are they on my end? 0 dropped frames, 0 dropped frames. They are not on my end. Ew. Did you ever hit 200? No, we have not hit 200 yet. But we will maybe today. Maybe today will be the day. We'll find out. You noticed a weird warble, too? I don't know what you guys mean by that. Because I don't see anything from my end, and there's literally... nothing is wrong on the analytics on my end. Still dropping out. Might be YouTube. That's YouTube running like trash. Oh, yeah, probably... Yeah, the AI YouTube has been adding probably is fucking with their entire back end. Plant, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you for all you do for us, Jack. Give us hope, and that's the best gift you can give right now. Hell yeah. Still sponsored by water. Still sponsored by Big Water. Fucking humongous water. Would appreciate Periwinkle's comment.
Stream is fine. Ignore the hater's smiley face.
Well, Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Yeah, anyone who complains about the the tech is just a hater. I can't always do it, but I do what you can't do it, but I do what you can when I can because of the streamers I've discovered over the years. You're one I feel the best about supporting. You do good work. Thank you very much, Periwinkle. I very much appreciate it. I'm so obsession with your hair. Thank you. Addercop. For people who brought you big water. Small water?
I prefer small ones. Not like micro ones, but small ones.
I'm no size.
Are you fucking... Oh, God. Liquid death, man.
I prefer small ones. Not like micro ones, but small ones.
I'm no size queen. I like them small.
The big ones always make me feel like I have to pee.
I made fun of my buddy for having a small one, but then he let me hold it, and now I low-key want a small one too.
I've never had one at all, but if I did, it would be a small one. When I'm drunk, I want a big one, but only when I'm drunk.
My husband's really into big ones. It kind of weirds me out. So I just sit in a chair and watch him and his buddies just go to town. Meanwhile, I'm just over here, enjoying a small one.
Now we have small ones.
Oh god. It's for water. It's for water and for like iced tea. Oh god, Liquid Death's branding is genuinely top tier. Oh my god. Well done. Well fucking done. Here you go. I'll link it in the other chats. Have I seen the Liquid Death Aussie ad? No. I have never
The
seen
scariest.
I have never seen one Liquid Death ad. Okay, wait. Maybe I've been missing out. Maybe I've been missing out.
Take his head off. This is a bloodbath.
Come on, there is no way he's gonna make this field goal.
Wow, Smith just made a 60-yard field goal.
Well, see you later.
Introducing Yahoo Fantasy Guillotine Leagues, presented by Liquid Death, where the lowest scoring team each week loses their heads. So what are you waiting for? Create your team and start chopping heads off.
Oh, and a pick six.
Ah, fuck.
What the fuck? Alright. Oh god. I enjoyed the Dead Billionaire Liquid Death drink. It's good stuff. It's unironically tasty. I know that this is not at all what I was gonna cover, but like...
I love that, after thousands of years, humans still associate water with semen.
Thank you for the $5 dono. And also, what? I mean, I associate water with men of the sea. Also...
Liquid Death soda flavor.
What are these ad campaigns?
Sparkling waters have 1/10 the sugar of top sodas, so we hired 1/10 of Tony Hawk to tell you about it.
Hi, I'm 1/10 of Tony Hawk, and I just love these products. 1/10 the sugar is crazy. But you know what else is crazy? Other sodas have 10 times the sugar. Pretty sweet, kid.
What the hell? Okay, the advertising team for Liquid Death is top tier. All right. Okay, excellent stuff. He'll put his head on anything. Oh, fuck. Did Tony Hawk lose a bet? You guys wouldn't know Tony Hawk if he stood next to you in an airport. Holy moly. Fuck, that was good.
I wrote a little limerick. Hope you like it. There once was a gal in a riverboat, who was truly our river goat. She fought for our rights, and came out alive. And now she brandishes a denim coat.
I'm glad that the limerick includes the fact that I came out of this alive. I do like that. I like that I survive in the limerick. CR Rent, thank you for the limerick and for the $10 super chat. Very, very much appreciated. I grew up watching Tony Hawk. Same. God. All right. Have we brought up that Trump has broken off trade talks with Canada? Yeah. It was literally breaking news and we covered it at the beginning of stream. Leftist Mafia almost raided here. Almost. Shucks. We'll get We'll get those leftist mafia members next time. What he's done to the White House should be instant removal from office and thrown in prison. Really should be. Yeah, I agree. All right. Let's I'm going to keep the
scariest place.
I'm going to I'm going to keep the YouTube channel open for these different ads cuz they're genuinely very funny. Um one more of these and then we're going to do Donald Trump's crimes, all right?
The scariest.
All right, just we're one more of these then we're done, I promise.
The scariest place at a show isn't the mosh pit. It's the bathroom. Mile-long lines, slipping on pit, and toilets filled with puke. What's a music fan to do? Introducing the Pit Diaper from Liquid Death. Now you never have to leave the pit or worry about leaks ever again. Powered by Depend Guards, the Pit Diaper locks away recycled Liquid Death mountain water, flavored sparkling or iced tea, and helps neutralize odor instantly. The Pit Diaper offers trusted all-show protection. And with Pit Diaper's sleek design, no one will ever notice you're wearing it. It's the only diaper crafted from premium cruelty-free pleather. And it's also the only diaper endorsed by metal drummer Ben Kohler. Wow! So skip the dangers of a mid-show bathroom break and stay in the safe confines of the mosh pit. Get your limited edition Pit Diaper by Liquid Death and Depend today. Hurry, supplies are extremely limited. Now, thanks to the Pit Diaper, you can rock out with your in.
Oh, all right. I went to piss at a concert once and the mirror of the sink was aimed directly at the urinal at like the worst angle. This is a valid product. Oh fuck. Where's this from? It's from it's another ad from Liquid Death. They just have just incredible ads. Like I'm just scrolling through this. Liquid Death, a Dr. Squatch soap for psychos. Or aluminum is for infinity. More pop, less poop. Liquid Death versus prebiotic soda. Kill clowns in your dreams with Mary Ruth's Liquid Nightmare, now with Liquid Death. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Guys, they actually sold it. They actually did it. The Mad Lads sold out their fucking Pit Diapers. Oh my god. It has a 4.3 wait, let's take a look at the 1-star and the 2-star reviews. Oh, they only left the star review. Oh, wait, okay, 2-star? Lifesaver, Girls Squat 2. Works great. Game changer. I never leave home without one. Awesome. Is this a real sale? I genuinely have no idea. Yeah, it really depends. Hey, Kaylin. Holy fuck. It's for apparently it's for sale over on the Liquid Death website. They also have something called the Time Waster 5000, which I guess is just their ads. Excellent. They're absolutely unhinged. Yeah, this is an actual image on their actual website. Oh my god. Uh that activated some neurons for some of you. You know who you are. You know who you are. Uh God. All right, I'm done exploring this. Oh, gotta say though, kind of want to try Liquid Death. It's pretty good. It's like either canned fizzy water or like canned like Arnold Palmer's or whatever.
Wait, I got a better one. Jack's hair is red. Her denim is blue. Get in the riverboat. We've got politics to do.
I fucking love it, CRN. Thank you for the $10 super chat and the rhyme scheme. God. All right. Whew. Time for a tonal shift. Time for a tonal shift. All right. But Jack, the link I posted, is this for Dex?
I feel like
this is some good shit. We'll use this to buffer the rage that I'm about to induce in you guys. All right. Hassan interviewed Zoran at an eatery and people accused him of being sponsored by Liquid Death just because they were drinking them. They're good. They're fine. I like them. Oh no, what will make us mad? We're about to talk about the crimes the president is doing. Also, I need to shut the door because it's starting to get cold. Be right back. Do we have enough time to go over all of those? No. We do not. Liquid Death needs to sponsor you with all the time you're giving them? No, Chipotle needs to sponsor me with all the money I give them. I am getting distracted. Chat is very good at distracting me. You know, half of the chatters are ops brought in specifically to distract me from covering the vital politics. All right. Here we go, folks. So, folks, we got to talk about the fact that Donald Trump earlier today basically hosted a roundtable about how he's just doing crimes. And like, you might think, but Jack, clearly the president wouldn't just host a roundtable about how he's doing crimes. But we've really reached that level where like either he just doesn't give a single damn anymore, or his brain is mush, or it's both. And frankly, I'm leaning towards his brain is mush because he does give a damn about some things, right? We'll get to what those are in a bit here. But, you know, all of this is taking place with the backdrop of the entire east wing of the White House having been demolished. Like, the entire thing is now gone. In order for Donald Trump to build his ballroom, his big, beautiful ballroom that he was so excited to talk about that he, like, stopped talking about Charlie Kirk immediately to talk about how big the dump trucks were that were taking away trash and dirt. Okay? And yeah, the entire thing is gone for Lauren 79. Some of the pictures coming out are truly crazy, but let's get to this press conference, press event he held, because it's genuinely some of the most North Korea dictator stuff I've seen in this country ever, right? Here is how Stephen Miller addressed Donald Trump during that event.
Let me just say, Mr. President, that this country was going to die without you. This country was going to actually die without you. That's what we were facing in 2024. We've been invaded for 4 years. Our communities were sinking. Our public safety had gone to zero. Cartels were running entire communities. Sex trafficking, child trafficking, labor trafficking was out of control. Overdoses were out of control. The cartels were claiming more and more territory. City services were buckling. This was a country on the verge of dying, and you alone saved it. And when you...
I'm pretty sure that Stephen Miller, like, played... I don't know. I haven't kept up with my modern day shooting games, you know, like your Call of Duties and whatnot. I'm pretty sure there's one of them, at least one, maybe every single one of those franchises has a game where like America has been invaded by like North Korea or China or like some I think Call of Duty Ghosts has like a conglomeration of South American countries that has invaded America. But it's basically when Republicans talk about how Homefront is incredibly on point there, Juzor. But like when they talk about this stuff, they talk about it like America is quite literally the wasteland from the Fallout games and the Fallout television show, where like it's just a wasteland that's been completely taken over by roving gangs. You go outside of the Washington D.C. circuit, and basically it's Mad Max out there. It's genuinely insane the way they talk about it, as if like when Joe Biden was in office, like the entire world was collapsing. It's unhinged and completely gone from reality. But it's also really important to pay attention to the rhetoric that Stephen Miller is employing here. Because again, when you hear the, oh, you alone, authoritarian leader, are the one who is able to save us, that's fascist rhetoric. That is authoritarian rhetoric. And Stephen Miller doesn't know a lot about a lot of things, but he does know a lot about fascism because it's basically his special interest. And he's essentially putting out there, you are the dictator. You must rise up and take on the burden of leadership in order to save us all. Like Cincinnatus of old. All right? And, you know, just to be clear here, I want to remind you all that literally we are now 5 days out from the No Kings protest, or 6 days out from the No Kings protest. Donald Trump's response to seeing the largest protest in U.S. history against him, and for some reason, none of the media is talking about it. There's just been like a mainstream media blackout on this. But I want to remind you all, Donald Trump literally posted a video of himself flying a fighter jet and shitting on the American public. And none of the mainstream media feels like this is a worthwhile story to talk about. Like... the king is mad. You know, like the emperor has no clothes. He is off the deep end. And it is worth noting that like despite being just completely drunk on power and despite being completely brain mushified, he is still attempting to like create his own fascistic world. And I want to be clear here before we go deeper, because I know that me saying this stuff has a tendency to make some people doom, right? Oh, we're all screwed. Woe is us. There's always something we can do about it, and there are actions we can take. We can organize. We can beat this. But understand that, like, the Trump administration every day is trying to figure out ways to consolidate power. And it is to our benefit that the people trying to do that are incompetent boobs. And Donald Trump is, like, I don't know, having neurological degeneration that accelerates every day, right? And it is worth noting this event from the press conference here.
Secretary Hegseth, sir, a memo circulating on social media details the establishment of a National Guard response force that's going to be trained in crowd control and civil unrest and deployed in all 50 states by April of 2026. Can you verify the authenticity of that memo, and do you have any more information on the operations?
I'm not going to answer particulars on something that may be in the planning process, but we definitely do have multiple layers of National Guard response forces, whether it's in each state, whether it's regionally, whether it's Title 10 active duty, whether it's Washington, D.C. We've got a lot of different ways that constitutionally and legally we can employ Title 10 and Title 32 forces, and we will do so when necessary.
Secretary Hegseth.
So it is worth noting here that Pete Hegseth did not deny that this plan is in the works. And what is being asked about in this question is a memo that has been leaked to the press and circulated, essentially talking about building a national rapid response task force composed of National Guardsmen that would be deployed in every single state in the United States, right? And his response there is basically confirming that that is real. It's why he's like, well, I can't confirm or deny the authenticity of such a document. You know, like he would just say no if it wasn't real, right? And what we're looking at is they want to put this out there by 2026. By April of 2026, the goal of this program is to create a National Guard unit that is going to rapidly respond to protests anywhere in the country. And like that is very worrisome. And it remains to be seen, you know, how effective such deployments might be. It remains to be seen whether or not that will be permitted by this conservative Supreme Court. It remains to be seen, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like there's a lot of caveats and qualifiers before we get to that point, but still, it is worth noting that 2026 is when the midterms happen. This is potentially a first step in attempting to disrupt said midterms. And so, are we about to see mass National Guard reassignments or resignments? I don't know. I don't know. But I can say that this is all very scary. And I think one of the things to remember here is that there are nowhere near enough National Guardsmen to prevent us from protesting. Right? There were millions of people who turned out on No King's Day too. 7 million people. That was 2 million people more than last time. And we are only going to see more and more people, joining up with these protests. So they do not have the amount of troops they would need in order to stop those protests and in order to stop us from organizing. They just can't do it. What they want to do is they want to seem scary, and they want to basically have this thing that they can show their base. Look at us. We have a rapid terrorist strike force, anti-terrorist strike force. It is a PR show. Again, this administration is and always has been a paper tiger. It's not working though, Storm. It's not. Millions more people turned out compared to the first protest day. And so their efforts aren't working. That's why they're so nervous about what is happening with on-the-ground organizing from people like you and people like me. Okay? Yeah, like what they do not have the prison capacity for 10 million people. They don't have that. And they don't have the amount of people it would take to arrest 10 million folks. They don't have the logistics to make it happen. And what they want to do is to cow us into complacency, right? I went to my local No Kings protest, and the group that organized that one held a meeting the next day for next steps, and now I'm getting involved with a couple of direct action groups. That's wonderful, Gayfesh. And that is exactly part of the power of these protests, right? It gets people involved into local action, into local initiatives, into local politics to make their communities better, safer, and that organization continues forward into the next protest and the next one. So this is all very scary, and I do want to recognize that this is a real threat. You know? They do want to have the kind of broad-based brown shirt movement that, you see rise in so many fascistic regimes, but they don't have that, actually. And I do want to say it's scary to see this talked about in a press conference, but like, folks, folks, when the propaganda of this administration is so shallow and hollow, you can only laugh at them. You can only laugh at them. Here is just a short 40-second snippet from this press conference.
Case. Same thing with Portland, speaking of that, because that's where we won it. But, I mean, I looked the other night, Saturday night, Portland is like burning to the ground, and these people are saying, it's just friendly stuff. The whole place is burning to the ground. So we'll take care of that one. That's like an insurrection more than it is anything else. That's crazy. Portland's crazy. And then you listen to these radical left people talking about it's really okay. You're seeing things. You're really seeing things. So we're going to case.
This is kind of what I mean by like his brain is mush, right? Like it's just so far gone that like it's like somebody before this happened showed him a tablet of like a building on fire, like Nakatomi Plaza at the end of Die Hard, and was just like, this is what's happening, and this is what's happening in Portland right now. Don't you see it? Look at Nakatomi Plaza, it's burning. And then he just goes out there and he's like, yeah, Portland's burning. And like the funniest stuff is happening right now. In addition to that, here's Tim Pool. I will be covering the ICE riots in Portland starting tomorrow afternoon. See you there. Man, Tim is strapping on to go into the war zone. Absolutely, absolutely brave. Brave, spine of steel, stomach of iron, Tim Pool, going out deploying into the violent streets of Portland, Oregon. Why, look at the vile, dastardly violence he might encounter there. Oh my god! Oh my god. Chilling. Well, let's maybe okay, look. Let's take a look. How did Portland's obviously on No King's Day 2, clearly the city must have been burning down as a result of the mass organizing Antifa riots that happened there. Let's take a look at what happened on No King's Day here. You're going to mute that. I'm looking at this and I'm not seeing the fire pits or the explosions or well, I can't help but notice that the skyline of the city seems to be intact. But maybe we just need to get a closer look at what's happening on the ground here, okay? Let's take a look. Obviously, nighttime gets a little bit dicey out there. People are, dealing drugs and throwing Molotovs into buildings. Let's take a look at what's happening on the ground. Oh, this appears to be a rave with inflatable characters outside of the ICE facility to Sandstorm. Maybe someone headbanged too hard and had to go to the hospital, and that is the same as the city burning down. Name of the song, Sandstorm. Name of the song, Operation Sandstorm. Oh God. Okay. Well, look. All right. You know, Tim Pool might not encounter any inflatable protesters, right? He might just encounter some rowdy youths. And as we all know, the scariest youth gangs are clearly taking a page out of
I saw
big
a load of
Hollywood
these
movies
posts on
these
a
days.
subreddit. I mean subreddit. Police sirens can be audibly heard through the donation message as Jazz gets suplexed by Ace.
Jazz Dog, thank you for the $5 dono. I also just want to say, like, you know, these big Hollywood movies might be a West Side Story. You know, the child gangs in West Side Story, where they fight and dance. This is how they catch you off guard. They catch you off guard, then they knife you in the ribs. So, you know, these are the, you know, maybe Portlanders are burning the city down with their hot dance moves. I may, you know, maybe the burning down of the city was metaphorical. You know, like starting a fire on the dance floor. You know, like the passion burns brightly. Uh, I just. But when the propaganda is this shallow, and they're like, "Oh yeah, maybe we need to invoke the Insurrection Act because people are jazzercising down the street," like it just doesn't fly. Like, you have judges appointed by Donald Trump who are looking at these cases and going, "Nah, they're doing jazz hand Broadway numbers in the streets. You can't even under any definition of of like violent insurrection. This doesn't meet that threshold. No, you can't just send soldiers there, actually." Ay, ay, ay. Like, it's genuinely insane. But then we get to the part of the press conference where he starts talking about drugs. And he starts talking about military strikes on boats. Now, I want to remind you all that Donald Trump's efforts in the Caribbean have killed over 34 people so far that we know of. And I want to really emphasize, no evidence has been presented that these people are drug dealers. None. As far as we know, the people who are confirmed to have been killed in these attacks have been fishermen. And even if they were drug dealers, hypothetically, like, you grant the argument, that's not that's not something you kill people for doing, actually. And yes, no, these strikes have occurred both in international waters as well as in territorial waters of countries like Colombia and Venezuela. These are war crimes, or at the very least acts of war. I mean, or both even, because he's just unilaterally ordering military strikes on civilians. If Russia bombed a civilian ship and killed US fishermen off the coast of Alaska, it would be a major international incident. Like, both Russia and the United States would be on full alert. We'd be talking about, like, are we going to launch nuclear weapons? Like, it would be a whole thing. But, like, Donald Trump is just out there going, "Yeah, no, it's totally fine to kill random people that I think are criminals, actually."
Mr. President, on the drug boats, sir, has there been any discussion about capturing one so that you can show the amount of narcotics?
We know everything about them. Yeah, Jennifer, we know everything about them.
Also, just worth noting that they captured 2 people from one of the boats. You know, one of the boats that apparently was so dangerous that they had to blow it up. They captured 2 people from that boat, and then released them back into back to like I think it was Colombia. And it's like these people were so dangerous you had to kill everyone on the boat, but they're not dangerous enough for you to bring them back to the United States and like question or put on trial. Like it's just so clearly bullshit. This is just murder. It's just murder. Yeah, there's not even an attempt to like fabricate any evidence. He's just like, no, we're not gonna try and capture one of those boats. We're just gonna blow them up. He is a maniac.
We know where they're coming from, who they're coming with, generally who's in the boat. I'll let Pete discuss it a little bit, but they have incredible intelligence. And, you know, usually when you see 5 engines, I've never even seen that before, but when you see 5 engines on a boat going about 65 miles an hour, loaded up with white powder in silver cases, generally speaking, that's not a good sign. They're not going fishing, right? And
yeah, you know how people transport fentanyl and cocaine. They definitely just put it in silver briefcases and not, you know, in like sacks of potatoes or something like mundane. I just 5 engines. Florida has tons of boats like that. Yes, fishing boats can have 5 engines, and they go fast because they're going to their fishing spot. They want to make good time, so they make it to their fishing spot.
you don't see any fishing rods, right? So,
and you might not see fishing rods on fishing boats because they fish with nets. If you're a commercial fisherman, you're fishing with nets. You don't need rods. Like the amount of lies and the amount of obfuscation here is disgusting. It is disgusting. And if you're saying, well, okay, Jack, you're saying like he's admitting to crimes. Okay, that's a pretty big thing to say. We'll get there. We'll get there. Here's his new favorite phrase entering his lexicon.
It's been so effective, and our sea drugs, as they call them, they use the term sea drugs. The drugs coming in by sea are like 5% of what they were a year ago, less than 5%. So now they're coming in by land, and even the
less than 5% are coming in via sea, and you know they call them sea drugs, folks. The drugs of the sea.
Land is concerned, because I told them that's going to be next. You know, the land is going to be next, and we may go to the Senate.
And they call them land drugs, folks. There are the sea drugs and then the land drugs. And you know, one day there are going to be the sky drugs, and then there are going to be the space drugs, folks. Space drugs. It's true that it's going to happen.
We may go to the Congress and tell them about it, but I can't imagine they'd have any problem with it. I think, in fact, while we're here, I think it's a good idea, Pete. You go to Congress,
and then the fire drugs attacked.
Tell them about it. What are they going to do? Say, gee, we don't want to stop drugs pouring in? They're killing 300,000 people a year. I think that's the real number, 300,000 people a year. So between that and my discussion with President Xi, I think we have never made progress like we've made. The sea drugs are almost dead, and they can't come in that fast from the land. And the land drugs are much more dangerous for them. It's going to be much more dangerous. You'll be seeing that soon. So that's the way it is, yeah.
The land drugs come in much slower? What are you talking about, dude? Like, again, when I say, like, Grandpa is gone, like, Grandpa is sundowning, I mean it so hard. Like, he's so gone. Guys, it's not even that he's dumb, it's that, like, he's gone. Dude is actually crazy. Like, people were giving Biden shit And Biden's like mental state was terrible. This guy's worse. This guy is Bidening so goddamn hard. The sea drugs are almost dead. Is the sea drugs in the room with you now? God. It's bizarre. But this is what really made me want to do this entire segment, okay? Here is where he's just straight up admitting to war crimes. Like this is what gets you hauled in front of the Hague.
And briefed them on the operations
No, we
against
will
these.
go, I said.
You will go. And
We
it would
will
be
go. We're
difficult
gonna
for them to
go.
object.
I don't see any Lawson going. No reason not to. You know, they'll always complain, oh, we should have gone. So we're going to definitely, I'd like to just tell you, let's go. We'll go. We're going to tell them what we're going to do, and I think they're going to
out of the water, just like the collapse of the Bronze Age. You know, I saw this on TV one time, alongside this aliens show. Mark Harmon is a friend of mine.
I mean, that is really how it goes, Gamer G. He's just flitting from topic to topic because his brain is going. It's gone. Wild. God, thank you for the $5 dono. You see Steve Bannon's interview with The Economist? I've seen it. No, I haven't watched it yet. But also, my opinion of Steve Bannon at this particular moment is that he's just full of shit. That being said, we're about to hit this part.
Hey, let's go. We'll go. We're going to
President-
tell them what we're going to do, and I think they're going to probably like it, except for the radical left lunatics.
And Mr. President, if you are declaring war against these cartels and Congress is likely to approve of that process, why not just ask for a declaration of war?
Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead. Okay?
So that is the President of the United States just saying America is going to summarily execute people both inside and outside the United States. Well, it's Duterte's. It's exactly Duterte. This man, like Donald Trump, loves Duterte's "just kill them" rhetoric, and you know, worth noting that Duterte has been hauled in front of the Hague for that, right? This man is just straight up talking about committing war
I
crimes.
fled to Germany to escape USA turmoil, and Merz just paraphrased Goebbels with /Strassen built /Tot built /G. I just can't win. Still 37 meters behind current.
Nadia Yvette, I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you for the €5 though. Yeah, it's rough all over, and the only way we're all getting through this is by organizing in our respective countries. Please explain why gas prices have been the lowest in a long time ever since Trump has been elected. Gas prices aren't lower, and number two, the reason gas prices have remained stable is largely because Donald Trump has been wheeling and dealing with OPEC and also opening up the U.S. Strategic Oil Reserve. God. It worth talking about here.
And Mr. President, if you are declaring war against these cartels and Congress is likely to approve of that process, why not just ask for a declaration of war?
Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead. Okay?
And
just absolutely crazy. Are oil prices even up? Or down, rather? Seems relatively stable, actually. Just trying to see anything that might back up that perception. Yeah, no, like the oil prices have been pretty stable. Like maybe down, depending on where you live in the country, maybe down like 5 cents or up 5 cents. Like it's genuinely like in like a very specific range. Um, God, wherever you live, $5 a gallon is nuts. What? I thought it was a submarine they captured 2 people from. Genuinely, I have no idea whether or not they are talking about I haven't heard anything about a submarine except
Don't
from
mean
this
to
motherfucker.
interrupt. It's my birthday officially since midnight. Already 40 years old. Time goes by so fast.
Malachi, happy birthday! I'll sing you a happy birthday after this segment. Thank you for the $5 dono and for letting us know. God. Washington state gas is so high? Well, yeah, that's probably because of like state level taxes, right? Like the difference in like the price of gas on a state by state basis is largely due to like gas tax, and that's decided on the state level. I'm in Washington and gas isn't that bad. Well, yeah, I think any of this talk about gas prices like going up or down is just kind of bullshit. Um Washington has one of the highest gas taxes. I used to live there. Yeah, that part is true for sure. I don't live in Washington, so I have not seen $5 gas. Um like $3 here. It's not bad. We are getting so distracted. I'm just gonna editor note, please just trim down this distraction segment because I have gotten distracted as hell. And let's get back to it. So, yeah, Donald Trump here is basically calling for a public policy for the US military to just kill anyone they think is a drug dealer, which you know, that seems to open up a lot of problems given the fact that they want to essentially deny people due process and kill them despite the fact that drug dealing in the United States does not come with a death sentence. So, yeah. Worth noting that the trajectory of this White House and this administration is incredibly bad. And also worth noting that when you combine that with what he's saying about Mexico here, that paints a troubling picture of what Donald Trump wants to do.
We're not going to put up with it much longer. Colombia is very bad. Mexico is run by the cartels. I have great respect for the president, a woman that I think is a tremendous woman. She's a very brave woman. But Mexico is run by the cartels, and we have to defend ourselves from that.
We have to defend ourselves from the cartels. And you combine that with the idea that he doesn't want to go to Congress for a declaration of war, but he's just going to kill anyone who's maybe dealing drugs, and we have to defend ourselves from the cartels in Mexico. He's trying to argue that he should have the ability to unilaterally wage a war, and by a war I mean just slaughter people he doesn't like or think are inconvenient to him in some way. This is, again, absolutely criminal. This is something that in a sane world he should be removed from power just for saying this. And he's not just saying it, he's killed 34 people so far. Like, this is fascism, chat. And like it's fascism, and it's naked corruption, and it is profiteering. Like, this is the guy who wants to give himself $250 million from his own Justice Department. Here he is being asked about a pardon. He pardoned the head of Binance, who had been convicted of fraud and was spending time in prison. And here's what he had to say about that.
You pardoned the founder of Binance. Can you explain why you chose to pardon him, and did it have anything to do with his involvement in your
Which one? Who is that?
The founder of Binance. He has an involvement in your own family's crypto
one, yes,
business.
I believe we're talking about the same person, because I do pardon a lot of people.
Yeah, by the way, he's involved in your family's crypto business, i.e. the founder of Binance, like, gave Donald Trump's crypto company a bunch of money, and now Donald Trump is pardoning him.
I don't know. He was recommended by a lot of people. A lot of people say that, are you talking about the crypto person? A lot of people say that he wasn't guilty of anything. He served 4 months in jail, and they say that he was not guilty of anything, that what he did, well, you don't know much about crypto. You know nothing about nothing, you fake news. But let me just tell you that he was...
Like, he wanted to call her a bitch. You can feel it radiating off of him. It's crazy. God.
Somebody that, as I was told, I don't know him. I don't believe I've ever met him. But I've been told by a lot of support. He had a lot of support. And they said that what he did...
Yeah, Donald Trump totally has a solid grasp on crypto. He's just a crypto genius.
Is not even a crime. It wasn't a crime. That he was persecuted by the Biden administration. And so I gave him a pardon at the request of a lot of very good people.
So he doesn't know this guy, and just a bunch of people that he knows asked him to pardon this guy. That's enough. Like, you gave me money, and other people in my orbit like you? Okay, you can be pardoned. Doesn't matter. This is so transparently bad for the fabric of our country. Like, even if you're a conservative, you have to recognize that this is tearing the country apart. This level of grift, this level of self-dealing, this level of just blatant abuse of power at every turn, this is going to tear our country apart. It's genuinely an existential threat. And like, I mean, guys, here's in more founder of Binance news. Here is Caroline Levitt being asked about the pardon earlier today.
Questions on different topics, if you'll
Sure.
indulge me. On the pardon of Changpeng Zhao, and apologies if I'm mispronouncing that name, Binance has significant business interests with World Liberty Financial, the president's family's crypto company. How do you respond to the allegations from Democrats that this is a corrupt act?
I would respond and say the president is exercising his constitutional authority to grant clemency requests. And the president and the White House have a very thorough examination of every pardon request that comes to the president's desk. It is thoroughly reviewed by the White House counsel office. And I spoke with our great White House counsel about the pardon after it happened. This was an overly prosecuted case by the Biden administration. Even the judge.
Questions on different topics.
She doesn't deny it. She just says, she doesn't even say it's not corrupt. She just says he has the power to do it. That's it. That's all she says. Was he convicted on federal charges? Yeah. For fraud. Yeah, I'm sure the White House counsel, who was also Donald Trump's personal lawyer, you know, I'm sure they're really nailing him on ethics. Like, you know, the way you'd nail someone down if,
It
say,
will
this is how
obviously
you
unify
operated.
the country because Chuck Schumer has a plan to continue talking with Mamdani and is in contact with the Baileys, who have confirmed.
Well, if the Baileys have confirmed. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Look at this. Like, just look at this shit.
Next couple days, a lot of Americans are going to go without their first full paychecks. Federal workers.
By the way, a friend of mine, talking about donors, a friend of mine, a man that's great. I'm not going to use his name unless he lets me do it. Susie can tell you about this, but he called us the other day and he said, I'd like to contribute any shortfall you have because of the Democrat shutdown. I'd like to personally contribute any shortfall you have with the military, because I love the military and I love the country. And any shortfall, if there's a shortfall, I'll contribute it. And today he sent us a check for $130 million. I would love to tell you he doesn't really want the recognition, if you want to know the truth, but he gave us a check for $130 million, which was sort of a shortfall, yeah. And that's going to go to the military, yeah. Is that the correct number? $130 million. That's what I call a patriot. Okay, thank you very much.
If this is at all true, I need you guys to understand 2 things. One, that is incredibly illegal. Like, it's not illegal to give the government money. That's not illegal. It is, however, illegal to then have the president unilaterally take that money and spend it on specific things like the military. Because again, Congress has the power of the purse. The president doesn't have the right to mess with that money and use it to pay the military. And number 2, like, this is this is, again, one of those things, this is impeachable. Like, this is an impeachable thing. You can't have a wealthy benefactor buying the United States military. You can't have that. And not only that, it's a secret. It's the United States military is being turned into secret mercenaries for an undisclosed donor. Like, the amount of power one can, if the U.S. military is just for sale to the highest bidder, the amount of money and the amount of power people with money can buy is incalculable. Like, it is truly astounding. And like, at a certain point, I know that there are going to be some people who are like, why even bother pointing out that what he's doing is illegal? Why even bother? And the reason you bother is because a lot of people outside of our bubble, outside of our highly informed bubble of politics, have no idea any of this is happening. Like, guys, I'm a sicko. I go and I look up this press conference. I sit down and I watch it. I go find clips that we can talk about the highlights of it. I'm a sicko. You guys are sickos too. You tune in, you watch this, you watch the breakdown. Most people in this country aren't sickos. Most people in this country are just grilling and chilling. They're going to work. They're like hanging out with their friends and grabbing a beer. They're playing with their kids. They're tucking them in at night, reading them bedtime stories. You know, they're doing average normal things. And like, yeah, watching movies and like reading comic books. They don't spend their free time looking into these things. And so I want you all to understand that most normal people have no idea any of this is happening. And if they do, they probably don't even know that the president on a daily basis now is bragging openly about breaking laws. And what I need you all to understand is that part of our ability to successfully resist this man and this administration is dependent on us informing as many people as possible, as many normal, everyday working people as possible. And like getting them to understand what is happening is not normal, it's not good, it is destroying the fabric of their lives, and even if they are not paying attention to it, it is coming to their doorstep, right? And like we need to get people to understand that you can't just tune this out because it is inevitably going to affect all of us. You're going to start seeing National Guardsmen showing up in your city or town. You're going to start seeing ICE agents abducting people off the street or businesses going empty because ICE came and emptied out their workers. You're going to start seeing people have businesses that fail. If you haven't already seen that already as a result of the tariffs, you're going to start seeing like prices go up as a result of these tariffs on everyday goods. You are going to start seeing this shit because for a while now, the public has been shielded from consequences economically. But that time is rapidly coming to a close. And you know, you can see it. And I talked, you know, earlier this year at the very beginning when these tariffs were announced, Liberation Day. Donald Trump talked about how it was going to like revitalize the American economy or whatever. And I talked about how this was going to hurt. This is going to economically hurt. And it is already starting to in a big way. And the first people getting hurt by this are, of course, farmers because their product isn't being bought. You know, American soybeans aren't being bought on the international market. And that means entire crops are just like just getting rotten. They're not able to be sent out there. And the United States government's ability to mitigate crop failure or bad economic years has been completely gutted. And, you know, one of the things I want to talk about a little bit is the fact that, you know, you've got the you know, US aid got cut, and that's billions of dollars that would have gone to farmers because US aid bought American food in order to make it into foodstuffs that would then be shipped all around the world. And you wonder, oh, why did USA get send so much aid overseas? It's because we were buying it from American farmers. We were manufacturing it here in America. It gave people good jobs. Yeah, you're seeing companies like Rite Aid going bankrupt. You're seeing like companies start to fail, and that is going to accelerate. And I mean, we're just now about to start hitting the beginning of harsh economic times. And a lot of people are going to be looking for who to blame for this. And I need you guys to be informed and to understand why this is happening and how to answer your friends and family when they ask, "Hey, you know about politics, what's going on? Like is my entire paycheck suddenly going to food? Like what is happening here?" And you need to be able to explain to them, explain to the normies, explain to folks. it's gonna get bad. Walgreens is closing 1,200 stores. That is crazy. And my hope is that these economic pains that manifest in like the material reality of everyday Americans are going to focus a lot more attention on this administration and Donald Trump in particular. Because Donald Trump is already at a historic low. He is the least popular he has ever been, and the least popular any president in history has ever been. That's already where he's at right now. And I mean, then you start looking at like the fact that he's selling our military to billionaires. The fact that while people are suffering, he's talking about having secured like literally like he's now at the point of almost making up numbers, right?
Sad though, we have the greatest economy in our history. We have the highest stock market. All these things are rocking. We will have by the end of my first year more than $20 trillion of investment. The all-time record is $3 trillion. I think it's China. We're going to have 20 or 21 trillion.
Yeah, a very classic move for someone to call the number 33 trillion. You know, very, very classic. You know, the sign of a strong intellect is when someone is trying to say the number 33, they say it 33 instead. The classic, wrinkled brain maneuver.
$1 billion. We've never had anything like it coming in because of tariffs. The money pouring into our country, the plants that are opening.
Keep in mind, the money pouring into our country as the result of tariffs is from you. You guys are paying the taxes that are flowing into the country. He's taking that money out of your checkbook, out of your wallet, out of your bank account. Nothing is being built here because foreign companies don't want to invest here. They're like foreign experts don't want to come here and set up factories because ICE agents are gonna arrest them. That happened. That's why Korean engineers don't want to come here anymore to help set up car manufacturing spots. Like that isn't happening anymore. If you wonder why it isn't happening anymore, you can look at like South Korean media where they're still talking about the fact that Donald Trump abducted and tortured their highly skilled engineers who were out here setting up a manufacturing plant in the United States. They're not gonna like send people back here. It's just, dude is saying like the economy has $20 trillion of growth. He's just making it up, or people are lying to him and he's just repeating the latest lie. He's going to Great Leap Forward us into millions of people dying. And meanwhile, asked just today, what is Donald Trump's number one priority? Here's Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary.
The ballroom and the Rose Garden patio, is the president looking at any other renovations or significant kind of projects here at the White House?
Not to my knowledge, no. But he's a builder at heart, clearly. And so his heart and his mind is always churning about how to improve things here on the White House grounds. But at this moment in time, of course, the ballroom is really the president's main priority.
Yeah, you know, the ballroom is his main priority. You know, it's not like there's anything else to really consider. Not like any other major problems in this country at the moment. Also, worth noting that the ballroom that Donald Trump is building here can't be made with government money due to the government shutdown. So the question is, where is the money coming from? And the answer is, private donors. So, you know, a bunch of rich people and companies have stepped in to give him hundreds of millions of dollars. Right? It's genuinely insane. Let's take a look here. How much exactly? Good thing he's happy to tell us.
Have you raised the full $300 million needed to fund your? Have you raised the full $300 million needed to fund your ballroom? And how much specifically are you donating to this construction
raised,
project?
I think, $350 million. All donor money and money that we put up. We've raised. It's going to be. It's going to cost right in the neighborhood of $300 million. It's been expanded and made absolutely. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world, I think.
And how much specifically are you donating to it personally?
How much am I donating? I won't be able to tell you until I finish, but I'll donate whatever's needed. I'll tell you that.
We live in a time of monsters. Like,
Are you planning to donate to the ballroom?
Oh, millions of dollars, yeah. Well, I also give, I give a lot of money to the White House. The White House is, as you know, I give my salary, and I usually like to steer it to the White House because this house was a little bit abandoned. First of all, for 4 years, you had a guy walking around that didn't know where the hell he was. And this house was not taken care of the way it was supposed to be. I take very good care of property. I was very good at that. And
yeah, I'm just gonna take all this money and put it into the place I live. For me.
You'll notice the floors downstairs. I paid for them. Marble, the most beautiful marble you've ever seen. The white floors down in the palm room, they look like they came out of, I don't want to lose because they're big supporters of mine, Home Depot. So I'm not going to say bad, but they did come out of a box from Home Depot about 30 years ago. They were all broken, but now they have the most beautiful floors, the most beautiful lights and chandeliers. I think most of you, Brian, you've seen that, right?
Yes.
How beautiful is that? And I take care of it. So.
So he's paying for it all with donor money, and he's more than willing to give potentially millions of dollars to the project himself. Where might he get that project money, that extra spending money for this project?
Remember when John McCain said that the fundamentals of the economy are strong? It didn't go over well with the general population.
It didn't go over well with the general population at all, PC Schwarz. And we're gonna get to that territory because there's no conceivable world where Donald Trump admits that the economy is doing terrible. There's no, he's not going to admit that things are bad and people are struggling. Ever. Now let's take a quick look here at how Speaker of the House Mike Johnson reacts when asked about, hey, how do you feel about the president giving himself $230 million of taxpayer revenue?
You said yesterday you were still trying to get the details of this $230 million the president has asked for the Justice Department to pay for his legal bills. Now that you've had some time, perhaps to get the details, are you okay with taxpayers potentially being on the hook for that kind of money?
I'm not trying to dodge the question. I haven't had time to get the details. Okay, that's still on my list, things to do list. Yesterday was almost literally a 21-hour workday. Yes, sir. Back.
Bullshit. Number one, bullshit. Number two, you are aware that the president is trying to get his own Justice Department to pay him $230 million. You're aware of that. You're the Speaker of the House. You absolutely know about that, and do you really need to look into it? I'm sorry, do you really need to look into, whether or not you think it's okay for the President of the United States to hand himself a check for almost $250 million of taxpayer money? Not, this man is just, he's just saying he's okay with it. Every Republican dodge is just an admission that they think it's okay. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Now, I also want to point out here, like, Donald Trump is bragging about how the economy is doing. He is talking a big game about how, you know, everyone's doing great. The economy's booming. The Wall Street numbers go up. You know, everything's rosy in Trump world. Yeah, we're just gonna kill people we don't like. Whatever, it's fine. And meanwhile, like, on the ground, remember how I was talking about those material conditions? Remember how I was talking about how, like, people are going to be directly affected by this in a way that is going to be impossible to ignore? Well, that is being hastened by the government shutdown. Um, SNAP recipients told to buy shelf-stable food or go to food banks as funding deadline looms, right? Yeah, recipients of SNAP food assistance benefits across the country face a looming deadline. Come November 1st, their cards may not get refilled because of the government shutdown in Washington. Like, this is where we're at. And they like, I forget who said it, but like every society is only like a handful of missed meals away from revolution, right? This is uh like I don't know if you guys know this, but people need food to not die. And like, if they don't have food, they're gonna do what they need to do to get food. And Bregwin, I'm sorry the auto mod gotcha. I don't know why it did. You can try posting it again, and I'll approve it. But um, yeah, food, another leftist conspiracy. Like, yeah, no, Velvet, call like it's almost an understatement to call this a powder keg, right? And like, we need a new deal. We need better than the New Deal, because the New Deal brought us here. And if we just reinstitute the New Deal, the same billionaire fucks who undid the New Deal are going to do it again. We need better. We need to fix the New Deal. Not trying to doom her, but I feel like a lot of people will not truly wake up. Will somehow be the fault of immigrants, black people, or trans people using the bathroom. Well, again, worth noting that every single one of these No King's Day protests has grown bigger. More people and different people have been activating across this country. And we're going to talk about it in a bit. But I do want to say that the research that has come out from how No Kings has penetrated this country in a way no other protest movement in history has indicates to me that people are, in fact, going to wake up. I don't know when, but I do have faith that the American people are going to wake up to this eventually, especially considering that despite the fact that Donald Trump still has like a core base of support, he is the least popular he has ever been, and he's getting more unpopular by the day. And you are seeing protests in rural red counties that in places and towns and cities that have never had a protest before. You are seeing people take to the streets and take political action in a way you've never seen before. It's just it like No Kings is a bit sketchy. People trying to make money from it. Any big social movement, people are going to try and make money from, because especially like it people did it with Black Lives Matter. People are doing it with No Kings. Any big social movement is going to lead to some amount of attempts to profit off of it. And I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying that's kind of an inevitable outgrowth of it. Um, and we'll talk about this in a bit, but I want to point a little bit at some of the research that has been done here. Here's Erica Chenoweth and her group have been doing research on this second wave of No Kings protests. So, among counties where we could confirm at least one event and establish a crowd count, the average total crowd size throughout the whole of Trump's first term was about 40 protesters per 10,000 county residents, or 0.4%. In comparison, the average of Trump's second term so far is about 65 protesters per 10,000 county residents, or 0.65%. This represents a 62.5% increase in average protest participation nationwide. So this is, I think, an important thing to note, that we are not just seeing the growth of protests in traditionally liberal strongholds like cities, or even suburbs. We're seeing this growth in rural, like in rural counties, in the middle of nowhere, places where typically you would consider no one is going to turn out to a protest like that, right? And when we look at 7 million people turning out to protest, that's, over 2% of the population of the United States. It's quite a large number of people. And no, it's not the number of people we need yet. But this has the ability and has the penetration and has the ability to grow to a degree like never before seen. And I want to point out, it has already grown to be the largest protest in American history. Like, No Kings 2 was the largest single day of protest in American history, and that's just the second one. There's going to be a third one, and a fourth one, and a fifth one, and a sixth one, and they are just going to get bigger. So, that's what I'm trying to talk about here. Because it's not just the day of No Kings 2, it's not just people turning out one day. It is, in fact, a movement of people who are committing to additional political actions. People aren't just turning out for one day, they are turning out for one day plus the next day, and the next day, and the next day, right? Because one of the things that differentiates a one-day protest from a movement is the fact that people continue to take action to further the goals of the movement, right? This is one of the big differences, because a lot of people see one of these major protest days in isolation, and they do not see the millions of knock-on effects. I've seen so many people in this community, especially, talking about how, they went to a No Kings protest and suddenly they are part of multiple direct action groups, and they have signed up to be part of their local political committees. These are so important to onboard people into deeper and more involved political action. And Lady Domina says, Jack, there were protests in rural Idaho. Nobody in rural Idaho goes out to protests. Exactly. And then what? These people don't care about the truth. Frau Englevitt will still test that everything's fine. Yeah, but that's the thing. The more there is a juxtaposition between what the state says and what the people say, the weaker they become. When that juxtaposition becomes stronger and stronger and stronger, people see it. They get activated by it. They realize, hey, this administration is full of shit. Even more full of shit than I'm used to. And so you go and you go and you go and you erode the pillars of support. You build up those community defenses. You get people involved in a wide variety of other actions. What do you mean, and then what? What do you mean? They protest harder? Literally, yes. You get people involved in your local political processes. You build up your community defenses. You get corporations and companies to divest from the administration. You organize different strategies in order to continue the movement and to further the goals of the movement. Like, this is really, really important. You got the ability of Republicans to run in the various districts around the country because they support this regime. You erode all of the pillars because, again, for those of you who've turned out for different organizing meetings around nonviolence through Indivisible, you would know that part of public action and public nonviolent support is indeed to erode those pillars in the business community, in the political veins, in every conceivable way. You drain the enthusiasm and support. You mobilize that social element of society and erode public support, and then you erode business support, and then you erode celebrity support, and you erode a lot of other different kinds of support that are necessary to lock down if you want to have an authoritarian state like this. Like, you can in fact do that. You can in fact do that. Yeah, in order to make demands of the administration, you need to get people involved in a sustained and meaningful way, right? It's super, super important. Um, Here in Washington's 3rd Congressional, we had nearly 30,000 people go to a protest. That's nearly 20% of the total 2024 Democratic vote turnout. This is a rural district, so I have some actual insight into how the protests affect the local political scene. We had a huge influx of volunteers from these, especially with younger people. And they're turning up to do all sorts of things, political and otherwise. I was just surprised at the number of folks in Boise. Well, that and the fact that, like, you don't just get these people involved for political ends, you get these people involved for mutual aid support. Because what we're looking at right now with things like the end of SNAP benefits for the foreseeable future, like, you need people to fill in those gaps. There's a communal need that needs to be filled, and when you have an activated movement sympathetic to that need, you can then funnel people in. You can then have those mutual aid networks that people need and rely on in times of struggle and crisis. And so this isn't just about, oh, liberals are going to wave their signs and then go home and go to brunch. No, this is an opportunity to onboard those same liberals, which I want to point out to you guys are the working people of the country. Those Republicans, those, those conservatives, because there were some who turned out to know kings, those elderly people, those liberals, those neoliberals, they are working people too. And they are turning out and they want to volunteer to help their communities. And so we need to understand, especially those of us on the left, we need to understand that there are some serious needs for us to fill, and that these mass mobilizations are opportunities for us to get people involved in ways that directly undermine this administration. Because, folks, if you have members of the military who need to go to food banks, if you have members of the military who need to, or conservative rural voters who suddenly need to, like, make use of emergency services and mutual aid networks, there is no faster way to radicalize people to a leftist organizing apparatus than desperate people who need to rely on one another for help. Okay? And, like, we have an opportunity here. And I'm imploring you guys not to shit on that opportunity and to make something of it instead. Right? The problem with No Kings protest was it was mainly old white people. No, that's not a problem, actually. It's good to get maybe one of the most politically engaged and active groups of people on your side. That's good, actually. They have a lot of downstream influence that they then can turn to help us and to help, like, their struggling neighbors. And, like, it wasn't just old white people, but it's good that there was a large turnout, even if they were liberal wine moms, because, folks, they can Karen for good. So, like, all I'm saying is, like, I went to No Kings and I took a picture with, like, an 80-something-year-old guy with a walker who couldn't, like, even he was so old he couldn't even talk, really. But, like, his, like, wife was there and, like, took a picture of us together, and it's just like, man, this 80-year-old dude right here, I don't know what his politics are, but he's taking a picture with, like, a trans woman in a frog suit, like, and they are out there because they hate this out of touch asshole who is destroying the country. They are out there because their goals align with mine. Because they want to stop that man from killing all of us and ruining all our lives and taking away all our rights. And like I don't know, guys. That's good. I don't know how to tell you in any other way. That's a unambiguously good thing. And if we can get those people to use their power and their influence, such as it is, that is wonderful. If we can get the entire generation of the elderly on board with this, we can change the fucking world. Because usually they're the demographic aligned against progressive change. I'm just, like the fact that they're turning out to support action against the president of the United States, that is, I'm sorry, it is a once in a lifetime opportunity for us, and we need to take it. Like, I don't know, go set up like recruiting booths at your local No Kings protest 3. Okay? Like, go set up. People are going to be interested. People are going to want to join up. People like set up your mutual aid uh tent there. Like, turn up, because this is who wants to help in your local area. You know who has a bunch of time on their hands and potentially money to help out any mutual aid efforts you're doing? Old folks who have retired. Like, they're an incredibly valuable demographic to have there. God. I know I'm yelling at chat, and most of you are totally fine. It's just, it's such an important point to make, especially as we're seeing right now, like a pause in SNAP benefits, like in literally just a handful of days. And I know that there are a lot of people in this community who are deeply worried. Okay? And it's we got to be there for each other. And like I mean, it's 25 states plan to cut off food benefits in November. Those states include California, Arkansas, Hawaii, Indiana, Mississippi, and New Jersey. Others didn't respond for requests to comment in time for publication. But, like, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. They help us after they fucked us the last 40 years in elections? Sure. Yes. Yes, actually. That is what it appears is happening. Let's see. The problem is that perception is not accurate. I saw so many no one white hairs. What? Problem is that the chatter has a problem with old people being there. Well, I'm not talking to one chatter. Like, there's so many people who I've seen shitting on these protests. It's crazy. It was 96% white. That is fine. White people need to be in front of this. I agree. People with the most, like, social privilege and protections need to be, like, on the front lines of this shit. And, like, we're living in a time where Donald Trump is focused on building a dance hall with with like billionaire donors and corporations, and meanwhile people are about to lose their ability to buy food. And also, just as an FYI, Donald Trump canceled 94 million pounds of food aid, which I might remind you could be used to, I don't know, feed people during a government shutdown when their SNAP benefits run out. Just as a thought. 94 million pounds. ProPublica obtained records from the Department of Agriculture that detail the millions of pounds of food down to the number of eggs that never reached food banks because of the administration's cuts. Keep in mind, this food was already paid for. It just, well, in some cases paid for, but it wasn't able to be transported because they cut the budget for transport. On a sweltering morning in Vidalia, Louisiana, Shannon Cornwell and Freddie Green got in a long line to wait for food. The couple has struggled to pay for groceries amid soaring prices and health setbacks, they said. She had back surgery. He had undergone cancer treatment. They turned to a local food bank to supplement their diets. Although they are grateful for the food, lately they've noticed changes in what they receive. For months in the spring and summer, their pickups did not include any meat, Cornwell said. You have to learn how to adapt to what you have, which is hard, Cornwell added. In the spring, the Trump administration abruptly cut $500 million in deliveries from a program that sends U.S.-produced meat, dairy, eggs, and produce to food banks and other organizations across the country. About a quarter of the funding of the program received in 2024. The items that were delivered through the Emergency Food Assistance Program were some of the healthiest, most expensive items that organizations distribute. The cancellation of these deliveries comes at a critical time for food banks. Food insecurity is higher than at any time since the aftermath of the Great Recession, according to federal data, and many food banks are reporting higher need than they saw at the peak of the pandemic. Demand is only expected to increase. This summer, President Trump signed into law the largest cut to food stamps in the program's history. ProPublica obtained records from the Department of Agriculture for each planned delivery in 2025, detailing the millions of pounds of food down to the number of eggs that never reach hungry people because of the administration's cut. The cancellations began in mid-May when over 100 orders of 2% milk bound for 31 states were halted. 2,300 gallons of 2% milk. I mean, like, it's just, these are just one of 52 canceled deliveries. 4,050 gallons of 2% milk. Records show 4,304 canceled deliveries between May and September across the 50 states, Puerto Rico, and DC. Each truck here represents a delivery that would never arrive to feed communities. Guys, every single truck in this interactive article represents a shipment of food that would have gone to U.S. families that could never arrive because of directly what Donald Trump and the Republicans have done. Every single one of these. This is evil. It is so evil. Like, as you go down, there's a ticker that shows how many shipments of food you've already seen. I've been scrolling this whole time. We're only at 1,049 trucks. It just keeps going. This hurts American farmers. This hurts American families. This hurts, like, everybody. And the only people it benefits are the rich and the powerful and the wealthy, because the money that they cut from these programs goes directly to the richest people on the planet. I won't have to go days without food, she said. We have seen since the year before the pandemic a 65 increase in the amount of visitors. We thought it would come back down, and it hasn't. It keeps growing. 18,000 pounds of pitted dried plums. We're working with very small frontier and rural communities who have possibly one grocery store or even a small market, sometimes not even that. 32,760 pounds of cheddar cheese. We have a 90% increase in food requests since 2019. Workers at food banks and pantries said that the canceled deliveries add to the growing challenges they face. Many staff members said they have seen a decline in private contributions and volunteers. Grocery stores and food manufacturers, which started managing their inventories more efficiently during the pandemic, now have less leftover food to give. Other Trump cuts have disrupted AmeriCorps, which helps staff mobile food pantries and other services, and are ending the Local Food Purchase Assistance Cooperative Agreement Program, which provided food from local farmers. Again, farmers keep getting shafted. While Donald Trump brags about the hundreds of millions of dollars he has received from private donors, thousands of shipments of food have paused and been left to rot across the United States because of his cuts. He is starving America's children, America's families, America's workers because it suits him and because it suits his wealthiest donors. It is disgusting stuff. I'm going to have to speed this up because, chat, we haven't even broken 3,000 trucks yet. Yeah, Trump may want to declare war on cartels and drug traffickers, but he's actually declared war on food banks. When you say, "Oh, the American electorate just can't be radicalized," keep in mind this is already happening. Keep in mind that this is already happening in every corner of this country. Is mutual aid revolution? Unironically, yes. Providing for folks? Yes. Not only that, but folks, if you want to know who is funding the White House renovation, who is funding this dance hall that Donald Trump wants to build with private donors, here you have it. Altria Group, Inc., Amazon, Apple, Booz Allen Hamilton, Caterpillar, Coinbase, Comcast, J. Pepe and Amelia Fanjul, Hard Rock International, Google, HP, Lockheed Martin, Meta, Micron Technology, Microsoft, Next Era Energy, Palantir Technologies, Ripple, Reynolds American, T-Mobile, Tether America, Union Pacific Railroad, Adelson Family Foundation, Stephen E. Brody, Betty Wold Johnson Foundation, Charles and Marissa Cascarilla, Edward and Shari Glazer, Harold Ham, Benjamin Leon Jr., the Lutnick family, the Laura and Isaac Perlmutter Foundation, Stephen A. Schwarzman, Konstantin Sokolov, Kelly Loeffler and Jeff Sprecher, Paulo Tiramani, Cameron Winklevoss, Tyler Winklevoss. These are the people who have given the Trump administration hundreds of millions of dollars in order to build his wretched dance hall. So, one thing you could look into doing is how to disrupt their ability to make money, calling their companies, figuring out how to organize a boycott against their sources of wealth. Because, folks, this shit sucks. And if you're feeling relatively hopeless here, I would very much recommend this piece by Robert Reich. I'm going to link it in chat for all of you guys to look at and share around. I think it is some extraordinarily solid advice with how to channel American, you know, American energy at the moment. All right. What should we do now? What comes next after Note Kings 2.0? And basically, this is just a list of suggestions. Number one, organize for the 2026 midterms, right? Counterbalance Republican gerrymandering in red states with at least temporarily Democratic gerrymandering in blue states. Work with local, county, and state grassroots organizations to identify qualified voters who rarely vote and make sure they do so next year. Organize young people to participate and vote. Make sure everyone you know, including friends and relations who have voted Republican in the past, are aware of the stakes in the midterms and vote against Trump Republican candidates and incumbents. Two, protect the decent and hardworking members of our communities who are undocumented. Okay. If you, by the way, this has links to some really good resources here. If you haven't done so already, I recommend you order these red cards from Immigrant Legal Resource Center and make them available in and around your community. Red cards, tarjetas rojas. You might also find this of use. Immigration Preparedness Toolkit. Again, there are good resources in here. But help people who are losing their jobs and benefits. Let's see. The shutdown is creating its own hardships, such as eliminating paychecks for 2 million federal workers. As a result, our generosity is needed more than ever to support community food pantries, local food banks, community charities, and shelters. Call your members of Congress, phone your representatives and your 2 senators. If they're Democrats, tell them as their constituents you support the shutdown as a way to extend Obamacare subsidies and ask them to hang in there. The Republican, tell them that as their constituent, you demand they join Democrats to extend Obamacare subsidies and to stop doing whatever Trump wants. Never underestimate the power of a constituent phone call. Every office keeps track of how many there are and what they're supporting or opposing. So protect LGBTQ plus and Black and brown members of our communities, because now is the time to stand in solidarity. And participate and organize boycotts of companies that are enabling the Trump regime, starting with Tesla, X, Amazon, Home Depot, Walmart, and Palantir. Support groups litigating against Donald Trump. Again, spread the truth. Join coworkers for getting employers to resist Trump. Push for progressive measures in communities and states. Keep the faith and do not give up on America. Remember, Trump won the popular vote only by only 1.5 points. By any historical measure, that's a squeaker, and that's a good point. Right? And folks, one of the important things here is to get involved. You need to get involved locally. Because the entire premise of resistance is that there are more of us than there are of them. You can think of each and every one of us as a point of friction, right? The more friction that exists for them to overcome, the harder it is for them to try and steamroll over all of us. And what we need to do in order to maximize the friction we can create is to organize locally, right? You can organize locally by volunteering at your local food bank. They need the help. You can volunteer at your local homeless shelter. They need the help. You can volunteer at your local like food-based organizations, Food Not Bombs. Excellent place. And folks, you can also engage with this locally by getting involved in your local political organizations that are moving for change and moving to resist the Trump administration. You know, if you don't know where to start, you can always start with your local Dems and your local DSA. Those are the two I will always say, because in anywhere you are in the United States, you can join your local Dems and you can join your local DSA. And if you don't have a local DSA, you can make one. So, folks, if you need help joining your local Dems, get on into our Discord, !Discord, and reach out to our friendly neighborhood Dragonfly, okay, to join the Dems. If you need help joining DSA, join the Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local DSA or even creating your own chapter. We have helped others in this community create chapters. We can help you do it too. And folks, number one priority here is that you need to look around in your neighborhood. What you can do locally is going to matter so much, because for a lot of people it can seem like really abstract work. But seriously, if you're looking for ideas, like dedicating yourself to radicalizing your local Democrats and mobilizing the incredibly activated liberal base and into better politics is a very fertile ground to go get into. But also, if you need ideas, just step outside, go for a walk in your neighborhood, look around and see what could be done to improve it. Like rely on your own ideas. Like, are homeless people struggling in your local area? Figure out how to help them. Or are there like parks that could be used for other purposes to help people locally? Are there facilities that could be rehabilitated into like community centers that could help like your local LGBTQ people? Are there like abandoned buildings that could be rebuilt into housing for folks? Like, look around and figure out how you can improve your local area and then get involved in order to make that happen. Right? That's how we get this done. Because I don't know exactly what your situation is in your local area. You're the one who's best situated to know that. But radicalize your local Dems and make your local DSA more effective. Those are two, pretty decent ways to get involved in your local political scene. Build one another up, be there for one another, be able to help one another. That is going to be just one of the hands down best things you can do. Protests are good for getting into contact with other orgs. Exactly. If you're looking for ways to get involved, another way you could do it is by joining up with Indivisible and taking their training seminar on how to like mobilize folks in your local community and make them effective advocates for more progressive positions. Now is the time. Okay, folks? And folks, even if you're running low on funds, people always need additional help, additional bodies to get work done. So look around and see what you can do, because that is, at the end of the day, the most that any of us can do. You look around and you do the best you can. So with that, I hope you all get involved, because what we're dealing with is a criminal president, a lawless administration that is attempting to consolidate power to do authoritarian fascism, and we need to oppose it, and we need to emerge from this victorious. It will give you hope to get involved against this against this administration. It will give you a sense of agency to do something in your community, and it will allow you to inspire others to take heart and do the same. You are not alone. In fact, you are part of the majority of this country. And we all need to stand up and do our part. So, folks, let's get to work. There we go. We did it. We made it through the segment. Whew. Have you considered the Dems are cooked, fried, grilled even? I had considered it, which I just want to point out, if they are so cooked, should be pretty easy to get in there and radicalize folks on the ground and take it for ourselves. You know? It should be pretty easy. Like if they're so cooked and fucked, should be easy for us to get in there and take it. Let's see here, folks. Yeah, also like, comment, and subscribe. And Malachi, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Malachi. Happy birthday to you and many more. Happy birthday, Malachi. Why are Dems winning all these special elections if they're cooked? Excellent question. Why are progressive candidates dominating against establishment-backed shills if they're so cooked? Excellent question. Join your local Dems and radicalize them, and you too can have a progressive candidate in your area. More likely than you'd think. Now, folks, we've been going for about 3 hours. That segment was so much longer than I thought it was going to be. But if you've been getting anything out of the show today, please hit that follow button. Please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, folks, you guys make this show possible. I could not do this without your support. And it genuinely means the world to me when you guys drop that financial support. It's something that I rely on to make ends meet, and I appreciate all y'all. Woof. How we doing, folks? We need a Donagus to save our bones. It's true! Don't let it take my bones! I feel like I yelled at chat for a lot there. I hope we're still good, chat. You and I still good? Mr. Sandman, man me a sand. Give me a sandy mandy as soon as you can. Was it a major Dem donor or someone in the party who said they'd be backing Trump if Bernie got the nom? Hakeem Jeffries' entire career has been torpedoing progressives in the primaries. Yeah, and now Hakeem Jeffries is scared as
Thank you so
shitless of
much, Jack.
progressives.
My life is not easy and it's warming my heart to have you. It's a wonderful birthday gift.
You are very welcome, Malachi. I hope you're having a lovely birthday.
If you ever feel hopeless, remember, conservatives are doing voter suppression and trying to break our morale for a reason.
It's true, Brutus Magnuson. 1000%. Also, Fixer at Home, thank you for the $10 Australian. Very much appreciated. Thank you so goddamn much. Oof. I consent to a streamer / chat toxic relationship either way. We all despair sometimes. It's true. It's true. We all do. You know, I do it too sometimes. Sometimes I finish up stream and I'm just like, damn, that was some shit. Yo, Shakespeare, did the housing meeting go well? I hope so. It seems like it. If you're talking about an LGBTQ specific unit, that's wonderful. I really hope so. Time for me to go to bed. Calm down after that. Maybe watch SVU. And I'm not kidding. I'm sorry, Chris Huggins. I hope you get some good rest. I'm scheduled for a tour. Hell yeah! Love to see chatters winning. Let's go! Jack, I think you're doing a good job. I see all these leftists bitch about no kings, yet they don't actually do a damn thing to help their communities. I see my fellow disabled peeps and things are getting bleak already and we are begging for community help. I think we will start to lose people by the new year. I really, really hope we don't. You might be right though. But that's why we got to get people involved now in mutual aid networks, because I think it's going to be really, really important going forward. Abyssal Anath with the arm curls. Let's go. Go. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Hell yeah, Malachi. That's right. Whew. Also, folks, we are almost only 50 subs away from our Kaiji the stage play viewing. I'm so fucking excited for it. I do hope we reach it tonight. I need to now go use the restroom. When I get back, we'll talk a bit about Graham Platner, and then we'll see where we're at.
If you're like me.
Go. And I will be back in a bit. Need to go use the restroom. BRB.
Put it there, boy. We'll show these fascists what a couple of hillbillies can do. Well, I'm going to tell you, fascists, you may be surprised. People in this world are getting organized. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. I said, all you fascists bound to lose. Yes, sir. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. There's people of every nation marching side by side, marching across the fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. All of you fascists bound to lose. Yes, sir. All of you fascists bound to lose. All of you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. I said all of you fascists bound to lose. Yes, sir. All of you fascists bound to lose. All of you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
These are Woody Guthrie's words. He wrote this song in around 1950. Fred Trump was Woody's landlord, and U.S. Elevator put some music to it. It's called Old Man Trump.
I suppose old man Trump knows just how much racial hate he's stirred in the blood pot of all those human hearts when he drawed that color line down here at his Beach Haven Family Project. Beach Haven ain't my home. I just can't pay this rent. My money's down the drain, and my soul is badly bent. Beach Haven is Trump Tower, where no black folk to go. I said no, no, man Trump. Beach Haven ain't my home. I'm yelling out a welcome to you and your man both, welcoming you to live here at Beach Haven, to yourself in any way you please and have some kind of decent place to raise your kids up in. Beach Haven ain't my home. I just can't pay this rent. My money's down the drain and my soul is badly bent. Beach Haven ain't my home. I just can't pay this rent. My money's down the drain and my soul is badly bent. Beach Haven is Trump Tower, where no black folk could go. I said no, no, man, Trump. Beach Haven ain't my home. Oh no, no, man, Trump. Beach Haven ain't my home. Take it away, Brian. I suppose old man Trump knows just how much racial hate he stirred in the blood pot of all those human hearts when he drew that color line down here at his Beach Haven family project. Beach Haven ain't my home. I just can't pay this rent. My money's down the drain and my soul is badly bent. Beach Haven ain't my home. I just can't pay this rent. My money's down the drain and my soul is badly bent. Beach Haven is Trump Tower, where no black folk could go. I said no, no, man, Trump. Beach Haven ain't my home. No, no, man, Trump. Beach Haven ain't my home. No, no, man, Trump. Beach Haven ain't my home.
Cool. Nice. That was the one.
Yeah.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal. Harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we take the roads, we take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn. Before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering storm. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain. Here we come, here we come. I fight for my father, still buried in the mines. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime. Just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering storm. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain. Here we come, oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
Some great stuff. Love Louise Mosry. Ugh, just some excellent stuff. Just about to ask if this song was about labor, but she literally says Blair Mountain. Oh yeah, no, it's literally about the miners marching on Blair Mountain. Or to Blair Mountain, rather. All right, folks. How we all doing? Thanks for that. I like to have fun. I like to do my part. Oh, I should check if people dropped subs or donos while I was gone. Punk Monk, thank you for the $5 dono.
Thanks so much for introducing me to the Battle of Blair Mountain. Top tier song.
The thing that bothers me is I can't find a like this specific recording or a recording like this one. Like I've looked for different versions of it, and like the studio recorded version is good, but it's like a little overproduced for my taste, and I want something more like this where it's just like stripped back and like raw, you know? Like it's raw and like you can feel the anger in it, and I like that in folk music. I like that folk music can be a way to kind of, I don't know, share our disgruntled rage with one another in a way that builds solidarity and joy. You know? In a way, it's like it can be a type of music that is both subversive. No, is subversive as well as, you know, this community building action, you know? All I've seen is the video this live performance was taken from. It's so good. Yeah, I mean, like, there is something to it, right? Just to be here, let's all be angry together. Like, in a way, that's almost like a very basic form of solidarity. Like, we are all angry. We are all not getting what we need, but we're all in it together, and we are all gonna fight together to get what we need. Just, it's there's something to it. There's something there. I say we tip something over.
I've been playing around with some right-leaning streams lately. I fail to get along with them, Jack. I try, but fuck.
Oh, I mean, right-leaning streams. Good luck, but good. Like it's, if someone can do it, like it might be worth a shot. Like I don't know, like I don't think it's worth my time, but like maybe you have an angle that is more successful. Rotful. Yo, you wrote a mutual aid manifesto while you were gone? Oh, hell yeah. Also, Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership over there. Appreciated. You got Mabs Alicorn there. There's a solidarity in anger for sure. See, my blood. Are you talking about the my blood boils every time I see Walter Hudson? Wait, where's the manifesto? Oh, above that. Okay, I didn't go up far enough. That's my bad. My bad. Let's see. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ah, nonprofits are an extension of capitalism. We need them now, but we still need something better. True. Build something beautiful in our communities. True. The housing I'm getting, the housing built by two nonprofits. One is the nonprofit that started as a potluck massage exchange in the 80s to band together in the AIDS crisis. Now they build houses and sponsor the People's Pride here. Hell yeah. Building something more substantial than mutual aid must be the goal. Absolutely. Chronic issues require chronic support. Mutual aid can only do so much as we all hurt. The cornerstones of our community that build the housing, that make the food shelves, the structures are already there in our communities. Building up and off of it is crucial. 1000% Shakespeare. Just remember not to spread yourself too thin. Sometimes you have to take a step back and be your own passion project. I was a queer rave producer. I didn't know that. That's awesome. And trans community organizer, had to step down from my roles because kind of hard to do that while living in a Subaru. But next year, with more stability, I'm back at helping the people I love. Hell yeah. Like, genuinely, I view mutual aid as kind of like that's like a last line of defense. Like we're relying on it because things have degraded. And like we should be building beyond that. In a better world we would be. And like it's super important not to spread yourself too thin, because I see you guys, like I see you guys in chat like all day, all the time, every day I'm doing this show, where a lot of you folks, a lot of you folks have the biggest hearts, you know, and you want to do everything for everyone. And like I totally understand that, because that's an impulse in my heart too. And like understanding like limitations fucking sucks. But recognizing them and operating within those limitations and like figuring out how you can do the most good is genuinely so fucking important, because if you try to be everything in this moment, like you will burn out and you will crash, and it will be emotionally difficult for you, and it will also be hard for the causes you're trying to help. Yeah, if you burnout is very real. And it is one of those things that I struggle with quite a bit, you know. You got to take care of yourself even when it's hard. Yeah, you exactly, Vinny Vega, which is why in like that last segment I was talking about how important it is if you are feeling unmoored or burnt out to just go outside and take a walk around your neighborhood and see what you can help with. Like maybe you can start with like picking up trash. You know, like sometimes it can be something simple and straightforward, and like I think that's okay sometimes, you know? Not everything has to be like the existential fate of the fucking union. Um Yeah, kind of like one of those situations like if the airplane is experiencing a technical issue, you gotta secure your own mask first before you secure others. Um all right, folks. Let's dive in. Just want to say again, if you're enjoying the stream, like, comment, subscribe, do the things, drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. We got a song to let you know what to do, and we haven't played it in a hot minute, so here you go. I have to call back to airplane theory all the time. Click the button. It makes sense. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. And that is totally understandable. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Vinny Vega, oh my god. So I'm still over the moon from TwitchCon this past weekend. On Sunday, I met the very girl at the Trans Lifeline booth that talked to my girlfriend last year and gave her the courage to transition, gave her the biggest hug. She more or less saved her life, and she's so much happier now. That is such a fucking wonderful story. I'm really glad you got to have that moment, and I'm really glad that your girlfriend got to have that moment too. That's wonderful. Also, like taking a walk in your local community, like just helps you to be like connected with the fact that like life goes on spinning. Like politics might be fucking crazy, but like birds are still chirping, leaves are still turning beautiful colors. That crisp fall air is still like wonderful. You know, pumpkin spice still smells fucking amazing. You know, like there is a world out there, and like we can enjoy it even in dark times. Pumpkin spice should be dustbinned. You could never. That's like saying apple cider donuts should be banned. How could you? Um Shit is crazy right now, but if I feel like it, I can go to a halal cart and get a lamb hero and a soda. Hell yeah. With no one replacing the batteries, there's a noticeable decrease in birds. Yeah, the government shutdown has really affected the birds. Pumpkin spice is garam masala for white people. You know, that's true. like walking around my neighborhood. It just makes me want to get the fuck out of here even more. Oof. Rip. I'm sorry. Apple cider donuts? Yeah! By the way, I made some apple cider donuts from scratch. It's super, super fun to make your own apple cider, by the way. Just as an FYI for all y'all who have never done it. It makes your house smell amazing. Good night, Lady Davina. All right. Let's jump into this, huh?
Okay, I have made.
All right.
In the military.
All right. Folks, time for us to talk about Graham Platner. So, folks, we gotta talk about Graham Platner, all right? I know we've been talking about him a lot. We gotta do it. It's time to... I think this might be the final time we have to talk about him for a hot minute. Because what I was really interested in, you know, and I talked about this in the video that just went up the other day. I was interested in seeing how Mainers would react to Graham. And I wanted to get a hold of, first of all, I wanted to see how the Majority Report would cover this, because I know they had Graham Platner on, and also I know that, like, for example, Sam is Jewish. I know, crazy that one was able to ascertain that as a longtime viewer of the channel. I have been able to pick up a few things, right? So I wanted to, since when? Anyway, let's jump into it, because I they cover it in the first couple minutes of this video. Platner's campaign marches on despite intense hit pieces, and we'll look at this, and then I wanted to take a look at kind of how things are going, and to look at how this was discussed and handled at the actual town hall, because I found footage, and an intrepid member of the community actually recorded audio from the kind of the pre-main stump speech part, and I just wanted to share that with you guys. So let's first take a look at how the Majority Report covered this, because I feel like that's fairly important, at least to me. Here we go.
The latest in the Platner saga, and we should say, like, you know, I said this is obviously Oppo research. It was dumped. I think there's 2 or 3 things as the meta story around it is important to note. They don't dump opposition research this early in a campaign unless they feel incredibly desperate.
And he is correct about that, right? Like, Janet Mills' campaign is not going to be the most popular one for several reasons. You know, age being one of them. I think she's like 79 years old. Another one being the fact that, like, she is a known quantity, and she has known downsides that people in Maine are quite aware of, right? And so it's no surprise that her campaign would drop opposition research. You know, Oppo research is basically, you know, you have a team of people comb through someone's past to try and find things that will damage their reputation, right? Yeah, she's also not pro-Palestine or anti-genocide. True. It was Janet Mills' campaign, Superjet guy.
I mean, Mills must have had internal polling that showed her like the race completely out of reach.
We don't really fully need that much internal polling because there was a poll that came out this morning, and yes, this.
No, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. I wanted to talk about that. Just we're gonna skip ahead a few seconds.
72 hours, but it shows him with an over 30.
Nope. Damn it, Emma.
Age, frankly, is part of it. Now, there's other candidates in the race that didn't catch fire. So Platner addresses the issue.
It's true. Jack is silencing Emma. It's true. Look, I have a whole narrative line through. I have different narrative beats I want to cover. I wanted to hit this one first.
Of his tattoo, which is the Totenkopf.
Totenkopf.
Totenkopf. I personally have never heard of it, but
this threw me for a loop. Like, Sam has been active in politics for like as long as I've been alive. Just about. And like that's the thing, right? Like I'm kind of like, what? There's no fucking way he doesn't know. But like I also don't think Sam Cedar is a liar or that he's playing dumb. But like I don't believe that he rolls like that. It's like the first Nazi symbol. I mean, it's a prominent one. The first one would be the swastika. But like, you know, like there are plenty of chatters who have only seen this for the first time now. Like people in chat were like, I've never seen that before. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I'm starting like I initially assumed everyone knew what that was. But like I'm finding out that that is not the case whatsoever. Whatsoever. And it's not, it's not surprising that tattoo shops in Croatia would have neo-Nazi symbols. No. Or even Nazi symbols. Like, but I am surprised that, like, Sam Cedar wouldn't know that. Like, again, Jewish, very involved in politics. Seems like something he would have encountered at some point. But, like, this is kind of what I mean. Like, we live in an information ecosystem that, like, is not universal. And a lot of folks don't really realize that. But that being said,
and he's had this tattoo for 18 years, I guess. And again, this is a piece of evidence that one could say, like, you know, trying to get a sense of like who the guy actually is. But we also have access to all of these posts that he made on Reddit for the past 10 years in this, you know, sort of like a comment dump. And there's nothing that would substantiate any concept of being a Nazi to the extent that we can make an assessment of any of that stuff and characterize it within that. Is the vast majority of his anti-Nazi stuff.
Anti-fascist explicitly, and even his Blackwater stint, you know, we were talking a little bit off air. Is this not common, Brian, with people who don't have, you know, are like trying to find work after being in the military?
Specifically the infantry. I mean, what you got to understand is that you don't have much of a job skill when you leave the infantry. And so if you're trying to make money and you're getting that's such an easy pipeline. Because, like, what else are you going to do?
And he quit after 6.
And I mean, that is, like, you have a very limited skill set coming out of the infantry.
Months and spoke about it as something that radicalized him. So I
don't know. I found this to be pretty interesting. Largely, you know, you've got the insight. I believe the Brian who's speaking on the Majority Report, I believe he's a veteran as well. And yeah, no, mercenary pay is usually a lot better. than U.S. military pay. It's not shocking to me that someone who served as a Marine, in the infantry would, after floating around for several years, take a lucrative military like lucrative security contractor position, mercenary position. Especially when that mercenary position seems to have been a pretty cushy one guarding the ambassador. Um so it just kind of seems to be like, okay, this all makes sense. I appreciate the insight, but what threw me was, again, Sam not recognizing this tattoo. And they go into more depth talking about it, but I don't want us to just watch this entire thing. Because, again, what I was most interested in was what's going on in Maine, right? And we've talked a little bit about how there are a bunch of these different candidates running for this Senate seat. And you've got um, a lot of different candidates here, right? And you've got Daria Smith Rodriguez, who we talked about previously. You've got Jordan Wood, who we've talked about previously. Philip Wrench is running as an independent. You got Janet Mills, Graham Platner, obviously. You've got Dan Claybon. You've got Andrea Laflamme. You've got Tucker Favreau. You've got David Evans. You've got you've got David Costello and Natasha Alcala. So there's like a whole bunch of Democrats in this race. And Emma was about to talk about this particular polling, I believe, out of the University of New Hampshire. And I think it's pretty telling here. Can I make this bigger? Yeah, let's just take a look here. So when looking at the actual first choice in this election from the polling, it becomes pretty stark as to again what is happening here. This is polling. I believe that also includes a time period where um, Graham Platner, like the scandal was out already. But like Janet Mills is trailing by 34 points in this poll. Um, when looking at the percentage of who even recognizes folks like Daria, it's like not even on here. No one else is even remotely close whatsoever. Like, this race is going to boil down to Platner and Mills, and like again, no one else even realistically has a shot here. Yeah, Natasha Alcala and Daira Smith Rodriguez were included in the list of candidates, but were not selected by any respondents. They had 1,100 survey respondents. Not one of them. And like, just from favorability, you've got mostly neutral feelings about basically everyone lower on the list. And then you've got Janet Mills and Graham Platner vying for likability, but like, polling, obviously, your mileage may vary, but like, this is like when Sam's talking about they must have had like some pretty damning internal polling in order for this oppo dump to happen. Like, yeah, this polling's really, really bad. Like, even if Janet Mills doubled her numbers, she would still be trailing Graham Platner. And I don't know that like a 79-year-old lady can do that. I don't know that a 79-year-old establishment Dem candidate is capable of doubling their numbers. So like like when we're looking at how do the people of Maine feel about him, it seems to be that the people of Maine still quite like him. Now, I wanted to play this clip because this is, we talked a little bit about the reporting around Graham Platner's first town hall since this scandal dropped. We had a chatter, Attercop turnout in Maine, and get this audio recording from the overflow area. And let's see here. Will it play?
Let's hear it, let's hear it, let's hear it. As I drove into
go.
And I will say that 15 minutes before I arrived, I drove through a torrential rainstorm on Route 95, and as I drove into a gun quit, there was a rainbow. So this is my first town hall. You might say, geez, Ma, I mean, he's been doing this for a month. What? I'm in the restaurant business. I'm in the inn business, hospitality. Let's hear it, let's hear it, let's hear it. The last dumpster picked up was today, so we are now officially closed for the season.
There's no video, it's just audio.
And
worth noting that there were so many people that showed up to this event that there were literally like 100+ people waiting outside just in case people left early. So there's no video from inside the venue whatsoever, at least from the chatter.
We're hoping the squirrels don't move in for the winter. So, but I'm not here to address any of the platitudes about policy and issues. I'm really here to just introduce my son to you guys. I would like to tell a couple stories, and I'll be brief, but I think they're significant to who Graham is and what his campaign and what his beliefs are all about. Graham grew up in Down East Maine. Actually, there's quite a few familiar faces in here today of people I know, which has really been pleasant. I wasn't expecting to see people here because it turns out they also have a relationship with Southern Maine. But the real Maine is where we are, just to let you know.
Yeah, to be clear, in case I didn't make it clear, this is Graham Platner's mother taking the stage before this particular event.
No, you still have to vote for him, okay? Sorry. But anyway, Graham grew up in Sullivan, Maine, and he grew up in a household with divorced parents. We co-parented our children. His dad lived in Ellsworth. I lived in Sullivan. We raised our children with strong values and beliefs. And I believe that Graham still has these, despite the bad week that he has been presented with. I know that Graham has always been the kid, the young man, and the man who paved his own way. And his family, his father and I, and his brother, we always took a lot of pride in that about Graham. I mean, who goes to John Babst in Bangor, Maine, and is known for most likely to start a revolution? What kid lives on the ocean, can go sailing anytime in various boats that family members or friends have, and Graham looks at the ocean in the high school and says, now I want to be in the woods. So we sent him off. He did, for a number of years, he did a volunteer gig and eventually a paid gig with the Appalachian Mountain Club in New Hampshire. And he did that all before he graduated from high school. The dream his father and I had was Graham's smart. I mean, he'll go to a good college, he'll have some career. Well, Graham turned to his parents when he graduated from high school and said, I did everything you asked me to do, and I'm going to join the Marines. It was the beginning of the Iraq War. His father and I were not happy about this. His father in particular made it known he was not happy, but we both supported Graham through the entire thing. So I want to talk about that a little bit because it ended up being a very important part of our family and what happened eventually to Graham and millions of others who served. Graham did 4 deployments, and I had the opportunity, if you call it that, to go down to Camp Lejeune when Graham came home for a few of those deployments.
She will eventually get to some of the more relevant talking points here, but like, I guess where I'm kind of at here is that I am baffled and still gobsmacked by the idea that like Sam Cedar, who's again, as a Jewish leftist who's highly active in politics and like eats and breathes politics every day, did not know what that symbol was and didn't even know how to pronounce Totenkopf. Like that was crazy to me. And I trust that man. And so like I'm kind of like sitting here like, am I off base? I have a hunch Sam is playing dumb. I have literally never seen that man pass up an opportunity to look smart. I just don't believe he's fronting on that one. Are you kidding me? Sam like lives and breathes to like be able to talk about how he knows things. Like yeah.
The idea being you see your kid, you embrace them, you tell them how much you love them, how proud you are of them. But it's kind of a different story than you might think it is. You pull up to Camp Lejeune, which is a massive military installation. You go through the security gate, and in our case, we didn't really know where we were supposed to go. I mean, these guys were coming back from one of their tours, and there's really...
Oh shit. Shoot Bang says, no, I believe he didn't know. I don't think my mom would know that symbol, and her mom, my grandma, was a Holocaust refugee. Jesus. Yeah.
Like, no signage, like nobody's like, yeah, your kid's gonna be over there. So we drove around, found a parking lot, and looked and saw a sea of a couple thousand people. And they were other families just like ours. Apparently it's pretty normal that after the buses come in from Cherry Hill and bring all the Marines back from deployment, that the families have to wait for hours. So as we all kind of mingled and looked at each other and talked to each other, there was a lot of fear in a lot of the parents' eyes. You don't know what you're gonna get. You don't really know what this is all about. And it was frightening. My grandfather was a lieutenant in World War I. He was a colonel in World War II. My father fought in the Korean War as a lieutenant, who, by the way, graduated from the University of Maine with a degree in civil engineering. And what I've come to understand in reflecting on my own childhood is both my grandfather and my father had kind of sad sides to who they were, despite their professional success and how they just kind of got through life.
Life
and
is
I
like
came
a
to
box of
understand as time
crayons.
went on,
Jesus.
it was probably PTSD. However, nobody even coined that phrase yet. So we'll go back to the day that we're at Camp Lejeune. And we're looking around, and now the buses show up with all of the Marines. And then there's a procession of people. And the first group of people are the parents and the spouses and the families of the people who died. The second round of people are the injured, the maimed, the now damaged for life physical people. And the third wave of people were my son and all the guys he served with. At that time, I was appalled that not one United States senator, not one congressperson, not even a local mayor, a state representative was there to greet these people who were at war that our taxpayers paid for. It has stayed with me forever, and this is the first time I've ever publicly really even discussed this, but I think it's appropriate. And I think that the messaging that Graham has had about a lot of things, especially this week, revolve around what I'm talking about right now. I feel that this week has been really hard, but it's also been a kind of a lesson in strength. And I'm
Yeah. I mean, this is it's interesting to hear from his mother, for sure. I think it's interesting, especially because we don't get access to this without someone physically being there and recording it. So thank you, Addercop. Really appreciate it.
looking around the room here, and you guys are all here, and I know some of you are questioning things and wondering. But what I want you to realize is you here tonight and you in other rooms going forward doing the same thing are Graham's destiny for the future of a new United States Senator in the state of Maine.
How would one even go about seeing if your not specific skull and crossbones tattoo is a Nazi symbol? Just Google skull and crossbones. I mean, I guess maybe like for a dude bro guy, I don't know, going and seeing like frankly, probably the most mainstream way to see that would be to like go and see Inglorious Bastards. And then like see the symbol and be like, "Oh, yeah, that's specific enough." Genuinely for like maybe you'd have to like take an interest in like your tattoo and be like, yeah, I never really thought about that. Let me look it up. I mean, like personally, I think it's like you should, before you get a tattoo or after you get a tattoo, figure out, dude, does that kanji actually mean what you were told it means? Stuff like that. But like not everyone does that.
We need generational change. People like Graham who are taking the risk all around the country. A whole generation of people that were raised doing.
Where's the Totenkopf in that movie? I'm gonna be honest, I just assumed there was one because basically, like he made that movie. Quentin Tarantino made that movie as a giant fuck you to Nazis. But maybe I'm wrong on that one.
Entries online, as in Reddit and anything else that goes out there. It's part of who they are, and this is part of who Graham is. A tattoo that we all kind of know the story, who knows? But my son, Graham Platner, is smart. My son, Graham Platner, is hardworking. He believes in change, and he wants to be part of leading the charge. So I ask you to support him, to tell your friends to have open minds. We're all gonna get through this, and we're just gonna move into a whole new thing come next November.
There's a lot of support on that. We're also going to take a look at the video of Graham Platner. Were you into history in school? I was actually in like an advanced American history class that specifically studied World War II. So like my like high school classes are not really indicative of what most people learned. And also I am just a history buff, so like I did minor in history to be fair, medieval military history in college. But sometimes I forget, like, people just don't know the shit that I know. I take it for granted. Um Hassan was into politics in school, so it might be just you're more learned than him. Did Hassan not recognize it? Marines are kind of not well educated, especially if they skip college. Yeah, I mean, again, my entire thing this entire time, for those who didn't watch the first 2 videos of me covering this, um, my entire thing is I totally understand the whole didn't know at the time he got it, and then like my thing is that there is one from an outlet labeled Jewish Insider, I think it's called, um, that says they found an acquaintance of Platner's that says in 2012 or 2013 he was talking about it as his little Totenkopf. But that hasn't been corroborated as far as I know. And also, like, Jewish Insider has a notorious Zionist bias, and Graham Platner is specifically anti-genocide and like pro-Palestinian. Um, so like there's clearly bias there that undermines that reporting a little bit, and so far it's been several days now, and I haven't seen any corroboration of that story. And my big thing was he got it. He has to remove it. And he got it covered up. And also, I'm gonna need time. Like, again, my big thing is I don't know him well enough to place a bunch of trust in him. And I'm really glad I'm not in Maine. And I don't have to make this choice. Right? And so it's one of those things where like I'm covering this, and like I don't know Graham Platner. Like I have, because I know what tattoo he had and recognized it immediately, I have a lot of reservations about this guy. That being said, it doesn't seem like a lot of the people in Maine who are going to be voting um, have a lot of reservations on him, because it seems like people are willing to move past this quite readily. And it was also a shitty tattoo. Yeah, no, the cover up is absolutely like shitty for sure. Um, I'm a Mainer. It will be my proudest vote, despite not knowing him personally. I know how men are in Maine, and that might be another thing. Like I'm just not from Maine. I don't know how Mainers do. I don't know what the vibe is in Maine. But it seems like elderly voters are like more than happy to like overlook this. It seems like a lot of the folks who are excited about progressive candidates are willing to overlook this and like move past it. It's wild. Um, the original tattoo is shittier. I never got a good look at it, but I believe that a Croatian tattoo artist who is doing a Totenkopf probably didn't do a great job. I'm from Maine too. I still support him so far. I mean, all of the Mainers in my chat seem to be like pretty okay with it so far. So, like, you guys are going to be the ones who decide whether or not we have him in the continued discourse going forward, and like it'll be interesting to see what happens. I want to have, I guess, a more consistent track record for me to like go on before I would vote for him, but like you guys, obviously you make your own choices. And um yeah, I guess I'm interested, and the reason I keep covering this is I'm just interested to see where this campaign goes, where Mainers go regarding this campaign, and like how this winds up how this winds up shaking out, because like there's a very real possibility, looking at the polling, that like Graham Platner is going to go to the Senate. Does your gut tell you we're being Fettermaned again? No, because like I do think he's genuine about his policy position. My reservations are less on him turning out to be a Fetterman and more on him, like on like his judgment, you know, and that concern about his judgment is only going to be rectified for me as time goes by and he shows consistency in like not just in like Reddit comments but in like an actual leadership position. So that's kind of where I'm at. I feel like you know, I feel bad because I feel like I shouldn't be as wishy-washy on this. Like I feel like I should have like a harder stance, and I'm just kind of like it's not my election. I'm not participating in it, and like ultimately the polling looks like it looks like people are turning out how they're turning out, and there's no better candidate in the race position wise at the moment. So it's kind of like we're gonna see how this shakes out, but like even with this stuff coming out, Janet Mills is 34 points behind him in a crowded field. So we'll see how it goes, but I have a feeling we're going to be talking about a lot more about Graham Platner in the future and whatever he's doing in Congress. And for one, I'm just hoping that whatever he winds up doing is good and effective and like reliable. That's kind of where I'm at. Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense. I think this is where it flips over. I think this is where it flips over to the town hall portion. I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing here. But we might watch kind of the opening, and then I believe towards the end he starts taking questions. We might deal with kind of the opening and the question bits. So let's take a look.
It's been a hell of a week, or weekend, I should say. I went from being a communist on Thursday to a Nazi on Monday. Which is, if anybody's done any of the reading, that's a rather hard political trajectory to navigate. I do want to just be upfront about this. When I was 23 years old, I got a skull and crossbones tattoo in Split, Croatia, when I was on Liberty with my Marine buddies who I fought in Fallujah, Ramadi with. We got the tattoo.
I'm 65 years old. I didn't know that was a Nazi symbol either. That's fair, Trucker John. I'm finding out that my information bubble was not as broad as I thought it was.
And we then lived our lives until now. And I just thought I had a skull and crossbones tattoo. Until over the weekend or late last week when I started getting asked questions about if I had a hidden Nazi tattoo. And I was, of course, I laughed at it because I thought that was the dumbest thing I'd heard. And then somebody showed me a picture of a motif that neo-Nazis use, and it's a skull and crossbones. They're pretty popular amongst military units, but they definitely had a lot in common. And I then went and got it covered because I do not want something on my body that represents in any way the antithesis of my politics. I grew up as a...
I mean, that's some pretty big support there. Okay, Ruthie in YouTube chat. Honestly, I'm from small town Missouri. I've known a lot of ex-neo-Nazis, mainly anti-racist skinheads in the punk scene with old Nazi tattoos, and I've never seen that. Really? Interesting. Huh.
I grew up as a little punk rock kid listening to the Dead Kennedys and the Dropkick Murphys. And I will say that hating and fighting Nazis has been a big part of who I see myself for my entire life. And I still, to this day, there are things in my past that I'm not proud of. However, my continued disgust at racism, at anti-Semitism, at Nazism, of course, that has been a constant throughout my life. And that still today anchors much of my politics. Fascism is a cancer, and it is something that has no place in American politics. And now I would like to get back to talking about wealth inequality and Medicare for all, which is what we're going to be talking about today. So as my mother mentioned, I was born and raised in Hancock County. I was born in Blue Hill, grew up in Ellsworth and Sullivan. I went to high school in Bangor at John Baptist Memorial High School, fantastic place. And then after that, I joined the Marine Corps. And I did multiple tours in the Marine Corps. I was in the infantry, I was a machine gunner. After that, I switched to the United States Army, where I was a long-range surveillance team leader and a rifle team and rifle squad leader. Went to Afghanistan in 2010, 2011 with the Army. I did 4 deployments in the military, in the infantry. I got out of the Army in 2012, began going to college in Washington, D.C. I did not finish. I'm about 16 to 20 credits shy of a degree in history. But the oysters on my farm don't care, so I'm not going back to finish it. The reason I didn't finish is because I struggled immensely. I got back from my 4th deployment, and I really had no idea how to think about what I had gone through. I was very disillusioned with the wars that I had taken part in. I was also suffering, unsurprisingly, from PTSD, and I had a number of herniated discs, and my knees are bad. The infantry is not easy on your body, not in combat anyways. And I was in a pretty dark place for a long time. Those were the years that I was trying to go to college. And by 2016, I realized that I needed to leave, and I needed to go somewhere, but I didn't know where to go. I didn't know where I fit in society. I was deeply alone, very alienated and isolated. And I actually came up to Maine in the summer, and I hadn't been back to Maine in the summer in years. I always came home for Christmas and things like that, but it had been a long time. I came to Maine with a friend of mine from D.C. We were standing in Sullivan, Maine, looking out across the bay at MDI, and my friend looks at me and she says, "So this is where you're from?" I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "So this feels like home to you when you're here?" And I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "Why do you live in Washington, D.C.?" And I didn't have a good answer. And when I went back down to Washington for a few weeks and realized that while I didn't know what I was supposed to do, and I didn't know where I was supposed to fit in, it seemed like Maine was the place for me to go back to. Sorry. My mom got me all emotional, and now I'm in trouble. Gonna have a musky moment. Some people got that joke.
Never stayed in Maine. We're all.
Thanks, Mom. At that point, I decided that I didn't know what was going to happen, but Maine was the place where I was going to figure it out. And I came back, still tried to figure out what I was going to do. I had no idea. I had always seen myself as a soldier. I didn't know what to do besides that. It was the only thing I felt like I was ever good at. And so I wound up going back to Afghanistan for about 6 months in 2018, working for the State Department as a security contractor on the ambassador's security detail. And that was when whatever disillusionment I had became something much deeper. I had not been in Afghanistan in 7 years. And I was back in Kabul around the higher echelons, listening to conversations, and I realized that nobody knew what they were doing. 7 years after I'd been fighting in the mountains. And here we were, with the same stupid strategies, the same stupid ideas, stuff that did not work and wasn't going to work. And I quit that job, and I moved back to Sullivan, Maine, and I bought a 19-foot Seaway skiff with a 75-horse Honda on the back, and I became an oyster farmer. And that was the best thing that ever happened to me. And I've been doing that ever since. And it has allowed me to build, quite frankly, a life that I could never have dreamed of. A life of fulfillment, a life of joy, a life of love, a life that is very much rooted in my community. I became the harbor master. I've been the chair of the planning board for a number of years. All the things that I didn't know what I was looking for, for years, this isolation, this alienation, this angst, this anger, it all went away. And it all went away because I got to reconnect with real life. And I got to reconnect with the community that I was from, that welcomed me back, neighbors that welcomed me back. I got to fall in love. I got to meet my wife, Amy. I got to get married. And all of that,
Shakespeare.
all of that was happening to me. I was feeling my life getting better. I was getting the sense of grounding and place. And as it was happening, I was watching friends of mine struggle in really intense ways. I was watching the same work that I remember people doing when I was a kid that used to be enough to keep a roof over your head, that used to be enough to have you have access to health care. It used to be enough to afford a decent life and raise a family. I was watching that hard work, that seasonal work, multiple jobs, the kind of hardscrabble existence Mainers pride themselves in. I was watching that not be enough anymore. And I began to really wonder why that was. Why is it that when I was a kid, I knew guys who were clam diggers who put their kids through college? I knew people who used to stern in the summer on a boat.
Okay, so here's the part where I admit I have no idea about oyster farming whatsoever. Is an oyster farmer different than a clam digger? Or are those two different jobs? Because I don't know anything about this. I'm sure the audience he's speaking to knows the difference between these things, but I have genuinely no idea. They're different jobs? Okay, part of my difficulty is that they both sound like euphemisms for having sex with ladies. And I'm struggling with the fact they sound very, very similar to me activity-wise, and that isn't translating into the actual performances of the jobs. Okay. All right.
Out driveways in the winter, do arborist work, make wreaths. That used to be enough to raise a family, and it isn't anymore. But Mainers didn't stop working hard. Mainers still work exactly as hard as they always have. I refuse to believe that the people of Sullivan, Maine stopped working hard.
Look, all I'm saying is that lesbians must have a real hard time in Maine, all right? That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that, like, you like, are you a clam digger or are you a lesbian? Like, it's hard to tell. Maybe you're both. But, like, the uncertainty's killing me.
And they didn't stop working hard. What happened was that we have a system that has been built to make sure that that hard work does not pay off for them. When I was born in Blue Hill, back when you could do that, there were something like 6 birthing centers in eastern Maine. We have 2 now. The only independent one closed over the summer. Now all the birthing centers are owned by Northern Light, a consolidated company that owns all the hospitals. I was born in 1984. That was not that long ago. The idea that we have less now as a society makes no sense to me. The idea that people used to be able to work hard and have access to the goods and the services that they required to live dignified lives, it wasn't long ago that we still had some of that. And it's all gone now. In 1990,
I mean, I can absolutely see why the people of Maine like this guy. Like, you know, in a lot of ways, again, I've been doing some reading up on Paul Wellstone. Paul Wellstone was a guy who really understood rural America and got his start building a political movement in rural America, right? Like in Minnesota. And like he understood the problems in rural communities and was able to speak very specifically to them. And I'm seeing a lot of parallels here with this guy and how Graham Platner is able to come in here and make references to things that Mainers universally recognize. You know, like I don't know anything about clam digging. I don't know about oyster farming, except, you know, like in non-applicable to the profession ways. But like he is able to make these references and he's able to talk about the fact that like the local birthing center problems. Like these are like pretty easy ways to get your rural voters to feel like, oh yeah, this person absolutely understands what my family's going through, you know? Like he's getting them he's winning them over. Like if they weren't if they came into this on the fence, they're not leaving on the fence here.
there were fewer than 100 billionaires in the United States. Today, there are over 800. That money went somewhere, and everybody in the state of Maine knows where it went.
That's right. I'm a professional smooch farmer. I know all about farming smooches. Not so much clams or oysters.
I don't care if you voted for Donald Trump, if you voted for Kamala Harris, if you didn't vote. You go around the state right now, you go ask any working person, do you think you live in an economic and political system that is built with your interests at heart? Nobody says yes. Everybody knows that they're being robbed. Mainers know in their bones that they are being robbed blind. And they know it because they can see it. They can see it in a for-profit healthcare system that buries them in nonsense about co-pays, in-network and out-of-network and premiums. They can see it in the rising price of goods and services we all need while wages remain stagnant for years on end. They can see it in the fact that housing in this state is becoming unaffordable for people my age and younger. They can look around and what they see is not a broken system. We often talk about it like it is, but I'm going to tell you the system is not broken. It is functioning exactly as it is intended to. It is a system that has been built by establishment politicians via policy to get the outcomes that we have today. It is built to fleece working Americans and put their labor, their time, and their wealth into the pockets and the bank accounts of big money, of hedge funds, of private equity, of Silicon Valley tech companies, of Wall Street. That's what this system is built to do, and it is working perfectly. The thing is, it's just not working perfectly for us, because it wasn't built for us, because it wasn't built by us. And it is time to change that.
mean, keep in mind, folks, he's talking to a crowd of about 500 people in this small theater in the middle of nowhere. Like, Ogunquit is not a big town. Let me just look up here. Yeah, the population of the town that he is currently speaking in is 1,577. Like, there aren't a ton of people here. And the total attendance of this particular town hall was over 600 people. So, more than a third of the town turned up for this particular speech. And town hall. I think they do ask him questions later. And I think that maybe we will skip ahead to the question part of his talk. Go to maybe 7. Did Attercop, did you add little... Yeah, Q&A starts at 50-50. Thank you. And probably because this is shorter, maybe do 48.
And I'm not going to tell you this is going to be easy. I know I always hear this. People are like, don't ask too much of voters. They'll be spooked. I'm here to ask everything. Building power, local organizing, this is where all of this starts. It's going to begin in face-to-face relationships. It's going to begin in building trust with people in the real world, and that requires time and energy. Anybody in this room who's ever organized before, you know that organizing is fundamentally difficult. You have to go out into your community and you have to tell your neighbors what you believe. And that is hard. And then you have to talk to them, knowing that you disagree with them on a myriad of issues, but you still have to go back at it, trying to find those places of common ground. And you have to remain empathetic and compassionate the entire time, even when faced with words and information that you find abhorrent. It is hard. And it's the only thing that we can do. It is the only way forward. We have to do it. Because for us to get young people to believe again, we have to show young people that politics is not about congressmen and senators. It's not about TV.
Oh no, local organizing, what a fucking nightmare.
I mean, that is how, it's true. It's a nightmare to do, but it's an even bigger nightmare for the corporations that seek to control us. The last thing on earth they want is for us to organize. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the stream.
And races. Politics is about building power with your neighbors. Politics is about...
Yeah, honestly, I'm like hypervisor 1000%. Totenkopf's like I don't fault anyone for feeling extraordinarily strongly about the fact that this guy had a Totenkopf tattooed on him, right? I don't fault anyone at all. But it is interesting to see that the people who are hoping for a better life under his representation, like, they believe him. It's interesting and noteworthy. They believe him. And like watching him speak, I get it.
Protecting your community. Politics is about being friends with people who you do not agree with. That is politics. That is real politics.
Like, people are desperate for a fucking lifeline, especially people in these rural towns that are dying. Like, they are desperate for someone who seems like they can actually give them a better life. And they're really hoping that this guy can.
And until we do that, we are not going to just convince people by telling them that they need to read a different news source. Not in a world where people are being bombarded with nonsense all day long. That's something we have to fight in a much longer and deeper way. And right now, we don't have the power to fight it, but we need to build it. And I will just say this. We will be able to fight them. There are a lot, even now, of excellent United States senators who are working on projects around this, on building better regulation. But we need more. And that's the issue. But the only way we get more is by electing people that want to do more. And then we also need to build power to make sure that when we elect them, we have something robust to keep them accountable. And we have something that we can leverage to make sure that other members, other representatives of ours who might not be on board with what we want, that we have the power to make them get on board. That's what we have to build. And I think if we do that, I'll be honest, I see a lot more young faces at these events than I do at any other political event I go to. And I think the reason is young people are angry, and I'm also angry. And they want to do something about it. Right here.
So, given your age, your geography, what you do for a living, where you've been in your life, one would think that maybe your message and your anger and your vision, resonate across what are now considered political divides. And I think that's maybe the greatest promise in my mind that you might bring to creating a new kind of party, a new kind of vision. How are you feeling? Is your message resonating with people who might not be part of the Democratic Party? And we're in a really, really disruptive time right now, right? And we're not going to rebuild the party that it was. It's got to be something really, really different. Yeah. Are you seeing that?
As I've been holding these town halls, I've been amazed at how many Republicans and independents show up to them. And we have good conversations. People come up to me in line afterwards. Living in Sullivan, a lot of my friends and neighbors do not have my politics. They're still my friends. We still talk. And what has always been amazing to me is as I talk to them, when I talk about economic issues, we are always in agreement. Many people voted for Donald Trump because he told them that the one thing they knew was true, and that they were getting robbed, that the system was screwing them. Now, he blamed all the wrong people. He's got obviously no policy answers to this stuff. We all knew it was nonsense. But the truth is I understand why people voted for that. I understand why people see the system and think, I just want to burn it all down. We need to be able to speak to that anger and that angst and that anti-establishment feeling, but we need to do it with actual answers. And I've always felt like, this is my favorite one. It's removing the cap on Social Security. For years, people have, I'm just going to explain this. From $1 to $167,000 of income, people pay into Social Security. You get taxed on it. It goes up in percentage as you make more money. Over $167,000, income above that doesn't get taxed.
Which is fucking crazy. Also, depraved ambiance. You asked to be timed out, so I timed you out for an hour as requested.
All the money above $167,000 a year that if anybody makes does not go into Social Security. If we removed the cap, we would fund Social Security forever and all time, and we would expand benefits. Now, I've actually had political people tell me not to talk about this because it's too complicated. I think it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's highly not complicated. When I tell that to my Trump voting friends, they literally say, how is that legal? Or why would we do it that way? Or that seems like it's only good for rich people. To which I answer, yeah. That's why Reagan did it. And Reagan did it. It's not even been around for a long time. It was put in the reforms of the 1980s. This is one of these things where when you talk to people about what's actually going on and you use normal language, you don't just try to get into the weeds using all this kind of jargon, people aren't stupid. They might be misinformed, they might be propagandized, but they are not stupid. They understand that they're getting screwed. And we need to tell them that they are getting screwed. But they're not being screwed by immigrants. They're not being screwed by trans kids. They're not being screwed by gay people. They're being screwed by the same people that have been screwing us the entire time. And that is this class. That is the upper echelons, the rich, the ultra powerful, the corporate interests. They've been the ones screwing working people from the beginning, and they're screwing us yet again today. And I'll be honest, that message resonates with many of my Trump voting friends. And I have no illusions here that I'm going to go out and
God, same Jill Hampton. Look, I'm doing my best here. I'm doing my best to push politics in a progressive direction.
Convince all Republicans in Maine to vote for me. We don't need all of them. The other thing is, it's in independence that I see an immense electoral opportunity. A lot of people in the state have become independents or unenrolled because they're disgusted, because they hate both the parties, because they think politics as it exists shouldn't.
Like, the amount of laughs he's getting at this town hall is actually, like, it's pretty impressive. People aren't turning out to these things to laugh. They're generally turning out because they're mad as hell.
And I think my message speaks to that very deeply. And we are going to go out around the state, knocking on doors, talking to people, canvassing, opening offices, paying people to organize in their own communities, to get the word out that what we are doing here isn't nonsense, that this is something different, that we are trying to build something real, and we are trying to tear it all down, but we're trying to tear it all down so we can build something good. That is what we are trying to do, and I think that message resonates across the partisan divide. All right, I have time for one more. I guess we'll go to you right here, sir. Yeah, we'll have the, you'll get a microphone in a second. Right there in the tan jacket. I think it's tan.
All right, so I have one question. I'm a libertarian. I think the system's broken. I do. So as you're looking to become a senator, which I dig it. I'm here, like I'm listening. Term limits.
Oh, yes. Oh, God, yes. So
30, 40, 50 years.
It's insane.
1 second. She brought me here. She's horrified that I'm speaking right now.
Thank you.
The one like good question from a libertarian? Jesus.
For coming. I mean, I'm like this is the term limits and getting money out of politics, I think, are two things that until we fix them, we might continue finding ourselves back here in the same place. And when I talk about structural change, this is one of the things I'm talking about. We need to enact term limits. I've heard all the arguments for, I've heard all the arguments against. What I have seen in reality over the past 40 years tells me that we need this. I also think it needs to be part of a larger kind of democracy reform where we ban stock and bond trading by people in office. We absolutely need to pass a constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United and get corporate money out of politics.
How can there be libertarians if there aren't any libertaries for them to work ATV?
Sake.
To do these things is going to require electing people with the political will to accomplish it. Now, I know what I'm saying up here are just words. So, you know, I'm very skeptical of politicians. So I realize that I'm up here saying, like, that's what I'm going to do. What I will say is, I have not lived a life in which I was trying to be a United States Senator. I have no interest in being wealthy. I frankly have very little interest in personal power. Until I was approached with this idea by some friends, who now I really question how friendly they really were. I had never once entertained this as a concept. My wife Amy and I were going to run an oyster farm, and I was going to be the harbor master until the day that I died in Sullivan, Maine. That was the life I wanted to live. That is still the life that I want to live. Honestly, it's a perfect life. It was a life that I'm still in a grieving process around realizing that I'm never going to have that life back now. And that's okay. Sacrifices must be made. And if that's the sacrifice that's required of me, then I will bear it. I will say, though, that I do see it as a sacrifice. And so I'm not going to Washington to get rich. I fully intend to die in my house of old age in Sullivan, Maine. I fully intend... That's exactly. It definitely will. That is the life that I want to return to someday. I am undertaking this project because I believe in it. Because I think that we need to do this. And I know that I can say these words, and I hope that over the next year, the actions of myself in this campaign put truth to these words. But I'm just going to ask you to have some faith in me, that is what I'm going down there to do. So. That was the last question I can take. I'm being motioned that I have to leave.
I'm wondering if maybe were there other questions? Oh, wait. Shit, we got... Okay. Do we have any other images of the audience? Okay, we missed a couple audience questions. And I'd like to hear them.
I was afraid I wouldn't be able to see anybody, but I think I can. So I'm going to do this I like the haphazard fashion. So if you have a question, raise your hand and I will point at you. Yes, sir.
So lately, like over the past week, obviously, I've seen articles from mainstream media or like legacy media where they haven't talked about you before at all, but now, I mean, I don't want to make a connection, but after Janet Mills started running, you know, and it's kind of been, you know, without saying, I feel like I don't need to say anything, everyone knows what I mean, but your thoughts?
When my wife and I decided to do this, we had a really hard conversation. Because we knew that what we are embarking on is going to destroy our lives. We knew that what we are trying to do, what we want to build, what we believe in, is antithetical to the system as it currently stands. and that the system was going to do everything it could to crush us. And we knew that when we thought that this was like a flash in the pan attempt at like doing something good. And then it blew up. And then I just waited for the day, because I knew the day was coming when the machine was going to turn on and my life was going to get turned upside down. And that day came last Wednesday. It has remained since. I'm not going to minimize what has come out. I am not today who I always have been. I used to hold different opinions. I used to use different language. I said things and believed things that today I find abhorrent. I also grew. I met new people. I learned of other people's experiences. I realized that my experiences were my own, and they colored my opinions and where I was. And that the more open I could be to listening to other people's stories, the more open I was willing to be to extend compassion and empathy to others, the more I realized that many of those stories and beliefs that I had were wrong. And I changed them. And it was through that journey that I became who I am today. And I will say this, I am ashamed of things I once said, but I am not ashamed of who I am today.
I will say, I think a lot of people resonate with that. Like, I think a lot of people resonate with that messaging, because, like, I know I do. Like, I grew up in like a fucking fundamentalist Christian household. Like, I was like 19 years old in college, or not in college, 17 years old in college, and I was just going like, how, as Christians, how are we supposed to treat LGBTQ people? And like, I was trying to figure that out, and I didn't know what the answer was, and I didn't always have the best ideas and opinions. And like, I grew, I learned, I improved. And you know, I think a lot of people can relate to that. And like, yeah, I'm real ashamed of like the period in my life where I was uncomfortable around queer people. You know, it doesn't feel good. And like, I think a lot of people relate to that. Now, to be fair, I also never got a Nazi tattoo. So, you know, there's that. But I think a lot of people relate to this messaging quite a bit. And are like, especially the folks who are here in this audience at the very least, are equating that with the tattoo, you know?
So I don't want to minimize this, but I will just say, the machine is turned on because it is scared. The machine has been turned on because they feel threatened.
And yes, you can get this guy a Captain Obvious shirt, and I do have to say, I know it sounds maybe a bit condescending, but like, casual median voters need the Captain Obvious. And like, if he's gonna be the Captain Obvious, like, looks like they're following him, you know?
Reminds me of the quote, I used to struggle with homosexuality, but I worked on it and I'm now really good at it.
Yes, I did, and I am. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Very much appreciated.
The amount of money and time it takes to dig through somebody's entire past who has not lived a very public life is extensive. And yet they are willing to expend those resources. They're not trying to organize people. They're trying to destroy my life. They're not trying to get out there and talk about issues. They're trying to figure out if I said something stupid on the internet 13 years ago.
Wait, what did that person say? I missed it.
On the internet 13 years ago.
Wasn't it just one photo with his shirt off? Nah, he took his shirt off during an interview with local Maine media and showed them on camera while it was rolling.
The establishment is spooked. And I'll say this, if they thought that...
And like Shakespeare, like, I relate to that a little bit. Like, if I ever ran for office, again, like I talked about this a little bit the other day, like people are going to be seeing all kinds of my nudes. And like, I don't know that it's worth it.
This was going to scare me off. If they thought that ripping my life to pieces, trying to destroy it, was going to make me think that I shouldn't undertake this project, they clearly have not spent a lot of time around Marines. Yes, ma'am, in the blue. Hi. There'll be a mic coming.
So you've talked a little bit about how housing is becoming inaccessible, healthcare, etc. And I think the next thing that our country has began coming for is public education.
Yes.
And I think we're seeing that in defunding of public education and tax dollars being funded into private education for wealthy families. So I just wanted to hear you talk about how, we're kind of privileged in Maine that we have better public education access here. But how are you going to protect that for our Mainers and for our country? Because all students in our country deserve a good education.
My wife, Amy, was a public school teacher for 15 years. She actually... Also, just on this note, teachers, nurses, these are people you should thank for their service when you talk to them. As someone who gets thanked for my service all the time, I think it is much more fitting to thank a teacher for theirs. So I just want to point that out. The right to a good education is one that every single American deserves. The Department of Education should not be cut or gutted, it should be expanded. The resources and wealth that this country has should be utilized to expand education. It should be utilized to make sure that we are taking care of not just K through end of high school, but childcare and higher education. Much of these crises that we are currently facing, education, housing, healthcare, all of these are crises that are going to require huge amounts of investment and political will if we are going to get through them. The days of playing around in the margins are over. The days of block grants and tax credits and weird little figuring out how to change the language of an existing law, that is done. If I am any kind of Democrat, I'm a New Deal Democrat. When I look at the things that this country built that made the lives of working Americans better, they are large projects, courageous things, large structural change that requires an immense amount of political will and investment to make happen. So whether it's education, whether it's healthcare, whether it's fighting climate change, whether it's getting us off fossil fuels, all of these things are going to require a different kind of politics than the one that we have had recently. In the end, you get what you pay for. We stopped funding public education. We stopped listening to teachers. We started wasting time bringing in consultants and outside groups to tell us that this would work. If we had just listened to teachers, paid them what they are worth, and funded schools, we would not be in the problem that we're in now. In the back there.
Along with education, how do you plan to teach the next generation how to not follow the misinformation out there and really come out here and support? Like, I wish there were so many people my age out here. Like, I see a couple of you youngers, but we need more people out here my age and supporting.
You know, it's been funny being involved in politics in Maine for a few years. Every time I go to meetings and people are always like, where are all the young people? And that oftentimes turns into like a lament. You hear it often where young people are apathetic or young people don't care about politics. And I don't think that's true. I think young people are disillusioned. I think that, I often think about this, if you're born after 9/11, what have you ever seen government do that was good? It isn't apathy. It is the fact that they just see it as something that will never be able to respond to their needs. And they're not wrong. They're like, that feeling makes perfect sense to me. I mean, in many ways, that's what animates my anger and animates this project. Because it is a politics that doesn't seem like it wants to be responsive. That's why we have to force it to be responsive. And like the misinformation, I don't have good answers here. I mean, truthfully, we are living in a media and information sphere that is run by the richest people on earth. They have an immense amount of power. As many of us have probably learned, there are no magic words to type on Facebook or Instagram that convince people to not believe nonsense. We've probably all tried. God knows I have. The thing is you cannot force people to do that. The issue that we are living, and like, it's a power issue. Right now, people with immense amounts of power control the information space. And that's it. The only option we have is to take that away from them. But the only way that we do that is by starting building power here amongst real people on the ground. And I'm not going to tell you this is going to be easy. I know I always hear this. People are like, don't ask too much of voters. They'll be spooked. I'm here to ask everything. Building power, local organizing, this is where all of this starts. It's going to begin in face-to-face relationships. It's going to begin in building trust with people in the real world. And that requires time and energy. Anybody in this room who's ever organized before, you know that organizing is fundamentally difficult.
And this is where we come full circle. And I think it's a good note to end on, because organizing is fundamentally difficult. And it is actions built on building trust as like a fundamental component of what we are doing here. You know, it's why one of the most precious things that I have is the trust you guys put in me. You know, like when I talk to you guys, you trust that I'm not being puppeteered by some corporation or some billionaire shill. You know, I am saying what I believe and where I stand, right? In a similar way, like, trust is something that is built over time. It is built by consistency. It is built by fidelity. It is built by showing up every fucking day. And, Graham Platner here is saying genuinely all of the right things in this appearance. Like, as somebody who has worked in organizing and is desperate to organize as many of you as possible and desperate to ask as much of you guys as possible to get out there and do the work, like, I relate to that so hard. And so it's it's one of those things where, like, it pains me to be so torn on this man, because, like, I in the back of my head, I can't shake the fact that he had a fucking SS tattoo on his chest and didn't know it for 20 years. And that's a big pill to swallow. And it is very charged, because I have dedicated my entire life, even when I was a conservative, fundamentalist, and didn't know where I stood on, like, LGBTQ issues. I was always deeply anti-authoritarian, deeply anti-fascist, and, like, that is gonna continue. Like, that is something that is deep inside of me, hardwired into my sense of justice. And it is hard for me to be emotionally comfortable with that. And it's hard for me to trust someone's judgment who has, you know, done a major misstep, had a major gaffe in this particular way. And as he is saying here, trust is something built, period. Like, it has to be built, and building something solid takes time. So we'll see where this goes. Seems like the people of Maine, he has built trust with them. He has built trust with them by being a Mainer and an oyster farmer, and someone who can speak to their issues and who can speak to where they're at. And clearly, like, he is speaking to it effectively, because he is more than double. Like he has a lead of 34 points in the most recent polling that incorporates all of the fallout of this gaffe, all of the fallout of this particular oppo dump. And it was an oppo dump. Doesn't mean it's any less true or valid, of course. But, like, the people of Maine seem to have spoken in this regard when it comes to the polling. And so I find myself pretty torn, and pretty glad that I'm not a Mainer. But folks in Maine with whom he's built this rapport, built this trust with, they seem to be very ride or die for this guy. And I suspect that is going to hold true through the primary and possibly through the general. We'll have to see. But there is a part of me, having watched this guy, having seen the way the audience reacts, even knowing what we know now, like, I suspect we're going to be talking about this guy for quite a while, and I don't think he's just going to fizzle out by the time the general rolls around. And I don't think that Janet Mills is really capable of bridging that divide that we have seen between him and her. Like, I think that, like, it was worth it in this particular case to check out his appearance here. I think it's worth it to see how Mainers are reacting to him in person. And I think that this is kind of where we're going to end as far as talking about this guy, right? Because, until the primary is done, like, I feel like this was about as bad as they could do. I don't think that like they're gonna be able to find anything worse than this progressive candidate literally having an SS tattoo on his body. I can't imagine what else they might find that would be worse than that. But the fact that Janet Mills, with universal name recognition, is trailing by 34 points in the polling, and there are like 10 candidates, 2 of whom didn't get any recognition in the polling, and the rest polling at like 0% or 1% respectively. Like, Janet Mills and Graham Platner are really the only candidates in this race. He has 2 SS tattoos? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's accurate. Some people were saying the 1919 tattoo he had was an SS tattoo, but when you get a full picture of the tattoo, it's dedicated to the Appalachian mountaineering group his mom talked about. God. They had to bribe his proctologist to learn about the second one. Gotcha. Would you vote for Mills over him? God. I think I'm glad I'm not in Maine. I think if I was in Maine, I would have to watch every single one of this guy's public appearances, and it would be fucking exhausting. Well, with that being said, folks, I think I'm done here. And with that, I hope all of my points here make sense. I know that like the internet rewards taking a strong position on every single issue that comes out, and on this one I am filled with an uncharacteristic amount of uncertainty, and I don't like that about where I am on this emotionally. I don't like that. Because on the one hand, fucking SS tattoo, and on the other hand, this guy talks the talk and seems to be the only one who is capable of both taking out Susan Collins and winning the Democratic primary here. And I'm just kind of like, just a long, drawn out sigh. Yeah, I'm rambling a bit here, so editor, feel free to cut this down. But yeah. We 100% need to keep a close eye on him. Yeah, I will continue to keep a close eye on him as we progress through this, but like I feel like I have gotten about as much info as I'm going to get from this particular, incident, and I think we got to take a break from this guy for a while. If I lived in Maine, I'd have to watch every single one of this guy's appearances in order to arrive at a decision for the primary. I've known dudes who had Nazi tattoos that they grew into respectable people who hated their younger self. More about what they show with their heart and actions rather than a sketchy past people can grow. And I am very much an advocate of people can grow. It's just I need to see a consistency in action that I'm not going to be able to see unless more time goes by. You know? Ay. It's just so, it's just so exhausting. It'd be so nice if it was just like, yep, he's unambiguously a good guy, and then just like move on and we can pay attention to other things versus like, oh god, we have to be wary of every damn person who shows up on the scene. Ay, ay, ay. With that being said, I'm done with this segment. And folks, we've been going for about 5 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and please consider dropping subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because folks, you guys make the show possible, and I could not make it happen without you fine folks. We are currently 38 subs away from Kaiji the stage play, which I am very, very much excited for. And what is the best button? The dono button. Trick question. Why pretend like the tattoo is the majority of his perspective? Again, I feel like, and this is part of what's made this difficult for me, what has made this particularly difficult for me, in part, is that there is so much room for miscommunication
Thanks,
and
Jack.
misinterpretation. Tony Sanfilippo, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. And, like, this is exactly what I mean, Elson. Like, your comment is exactly what I mean. Because my attempt to explain myself over and over and over again, which has been not at all interpreted by people in the comments on any of my videos, and has apparently not been interpreted by some people who are even watching this particular stream, is not an issue with the fact that someone can grow beyond what their politics used to be or mistakes that they made. Like, my
Jack,
issue is
I think you need a
judgment
nice refreshing
related.
alcoholic beverage.
I fucking do, but it's also 3 o'clock in the morning, so I'm not getting drunk at 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, my problem is with his judgment, right? My problem is with, like, can he be trusted to lead a movement when his judgment is potentially quite compromised by this? Like, I think it is fair to feel as if his leadership might be compromised by the fact that he had this for 20 years and didn't realize it. That's a pretty big oopsie daisy, as they say. And so, again, it's very frustrating for me to be up here and talk about this over and over and over again, and for people to still be saying, oh, you just think he's a Nazi, and like, that's not ever been the point that I have made on this issue. Like, the issue is that there is broken trust, or at the very least broken trust on my part in his leadership, and like, it takes time to rebuild that trust. And I've been trying to make that point over and over again, and it doesn't seem to be sticking with a lot of folks, and it's deeply frustrating because as someone who is autistic, like, not being understood is very difficult for me. Like, I can fuck with people disagreeing with me or hating me or whatever, as long as they can understand me. And on this particular issue, people get really deep in their feelings and they don't understand me, and it drives me fucking nuts. But that's the thing, Elson. Like, I understand and can believe that no one brought it up to him for the entirety of the time. And like, the issue I have is that stretches the belief. It's very hard when someone has like the tattoo of the fucking concentration camp guards on his chest to just be like, oh yeah, whatever, it's a whoopsie daisy. Like, yeah, who, you know, and like I can understand the sequence of events that led him to get it. That's very understandable to me. What's difficult to understand is that at no point in 20 years did it ever come up to him that like, oh, I have one of those on me. That's really hard for me to
He
believe,
recklessly
even if that's
smashes
what
the button,
happened.
hoping it's the right one.
You know, and like reality is often stranger than fiction. I understand. Like we've all read stories about like, oh, like a lady who survived an airplane crash. She was, you know, by a freak stroke of luck was able to cling to a piece of metal and then fell into the Amazon rainforest and broke half the bones in her body and still managed to crawl back to civilization. Like, freak stuff happens all the time in reality, but like it's still difficult to just be like, oh yeah, no, 100% that happened, no worries, buddy. Airbnb abortion, thank you for the $10 dono. Really appreciate it. Recklessly smashing the button to support the stream. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. No, that's exactly what I mean, Elson. Like the like there is a certain amount of like broken trust there. And it's not that he intentionally broke trust. Like in the best case scenario here, not that he intentionally broke trust, right? But the trust is broken anyway. Like by virtue of the ignorance. Sometimes there is ignorance that runs so deep it breaks trust. And like that's where I'm at. And in order to rebuild that trust, it takes time. Okay, I think I'm following. Cool. That's wonderful. That actually, you have no idea how much better that makes me feel. Um, yeah, and it is a giant. It's a red flag, and like I'm not saying that that red flag is the like it that's the end of everything. I'm just saying it's certainly a red flag. Would your opinion change if he upholds his promises and upholds his values? Yeah, that's exactly why I'm saying time rebuilds the trust, because over time one can demonstrate like consistency of action and word and deed, you know, like that's that consistency and that time to rebuild trust is very important. Yeah, and like John Fetterman, like he hurt a lot of people real deep. A lot of people, myself included, like felt pretty great about John Fetterman, and then he fucked us all up. Well, and Javier Valenzuela, God, I opened up the segment today by talking about the fact that it, like, what shook me is that, like, Sam Cedar didn't know what a Totenkopf is. And Sam Cedar is much older than me and much more experienced than me in, like, politics. And, like, he's Jewish, leftist, has a bunch of more experience, and he didn't know what it was. And I'm just kind of like, oh, shit. That to me demonstrated the fact that like my knowledge bubble is not uh maybe as commonplace as I imagined it was. So like that's certainly possible, and I'm willing to admit that perhaps it is not. That being said, someone having the tattoo of a Holocaust concentration camp guard, again, it's a big pill to swallow, you know? I know what half of that shit is because of Counter-Strike sprays. Oh, man. Yeah, the Counter-Strike community is, ugh. Yeah, and Addercop, that's the thing. Like, I find it hard to believe while admitting simultaneously that it's not impossible. So, like, I don't know. Maybe us continuing to talk about it is helpful to work out, like, how you guys are feeling or what you guys think. Um, I don't know that if it's making me look better or worse, but I do want you guys to know that, like, on this issue in particular, I do come from a very genuine place, and over the last 3 or 4 days, I've been trying to work through this very transparently with you guys. Liz Galahad says, thing is, he's running in a primary filled with Israel supporting genocidal freaks. They all might as well be literal Nazis. So if I had to choose, if I had a chance to vote for an openly genocidal freaks versus him, it's not even a contest. Even if he knowingly put on that tat, it's still better than Mills. And I don't think he knew. Yeah, Kisse, that's also a decent point. I see Biden putting on a MAGA hat is worse than getting an accidental Nazi tattoo. What do you think? I mean, I don't. Did Biden do that, or is this like a hypothetical? Because like, yeah, I find it this he did. I find it distasteful. I think it would be different though. Maybe more comparable that like if Biden got MAGA tattooed on his body versus in you know a Nazi tattoo. Like that yeah. Yeah, I'm also sleepy and rambling, Dragonfly. Um God. That being said, folks, support the stream, do the things, be true to one another, be honest with yourselves, and I don't know. I hope I came across in this because I fucking know that whenever this segment goes up, s- uh, a lot of people are going to be mad at me for not having a stronger stance, and like that sucks. It sucks as a content creator knowing that, and I'm starting to get to the size where like people comment on my videos who clearly haven't watched them and who clearly have no idea who I am, and it's a little intimidating and scary getting to this size of content creator. So, especially during these particular times, like fuck, everyone's dander is up. Well, an Airbnb abortion, I know for me personally, I would need to think through any tattoo I get, which is why I don't have any tattoos. You know, like, I've never found the tattoo design that I like enough to get tattooed on my body. Because I'd want to know everything about the possible ramifications of said tattoo. But, like, so many people do not give a shit. You know, like, so many people just, like, go and get tattoos. You know, when I was a kid, people would go and get, like, kanji tattoos, and, like, they'd wind up, 10 years later saying, like, "Oh, stupid white bitch," instead of, like, wealth, love, charm, or whatever, you know? So, like, some people just built very different when it comes to tattoos. Wrecker John, absolutely. I want to know what I'm talking about when we're talking about progressive candidates, particularly. It's more important that you're honest with yourself and with all of us. It's okay to say you just don't know what to think right now. It's more important to have these hard combos and examine these issues now. Agreed. Agreed. Jack, I know someone who got a tat based on an image Chat GPT made. Oh, that's so sad. It's so fucking sad. Ugh. Mikola, thank you very much for being a member. Very much appreciated. Came here from your YouTube channel. Thanks for posting some encouraging videos. I'm non-binary trans in a time and place where it's scary to be that. Well, I'm real sorry to hear that it's scary where you are. It's pretty scary all over the place. I hope you can get to a place where it's a bit safer for you. You know? Minnesota, pretty safe for trans people, relatively, if you're looking for a place to move within the United States. I have no tattoos. Why mess with perfection? Sterling Nash, love the confidence. Let's go. Oof. Be frank, a stupid white bitch tattoo would be at least be gender affirming. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. True, Neo. Peer pressure does do crazy things. Two dads kissing. I need to play Hades too. I really liked the first Hades. All right, folks. I am very sleepy, and I gotta get up in like 5 hours to go do stuff for the day. But I appreciate all y'all, and thanks for supporting the stream. And maybe we'll get to stage play Kaiji next time. And video games. I'd love to do both. Maybe we'll have a chill video game stream tomorrow. Might be good. I might be too sleepy to fight you guys with knowledge and facts. All right. Good night, everybody. Get good sleep, get good rest. I'll see y'all tomorrow. And night, folks. God, the combo sound that plays over on Twitch scares the shit out of me. Good night, everybody. You silly billies. Bye, everyone.
So this is
When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, We hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts. When the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics, we must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies, in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against the power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against the power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise proletariat and make